Calling the meeting of the Moore County Board of Education to order. Do I have a motion, stating the item which is contained in our executive summary, to wit, the reasoning and a decision to move to closed session for the reasons stated in the executive summary? Do I have a motion to do that?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, carries. And so we'll now move into closed session. For those people who are waiting here, about how long have we scheduled to closed session for, Dr. Locklear?
Looking for hopefully no longer than an hour.
Okay, hopefully no longer than an hour, then we'll be back in to do our regular meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling back the board into regular session. I'd like to welcome everybody here. First of all, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion.
Okay, motion is so moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of approving the agenda say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. All right. If we would rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, Dr. Locklear, if you would lead us.
Yes, sir. I pledge
At this point, let me turn it over to the vice chair for a moment of silence.
Obviously, this would be a time to be thoughtful of all the people who are without power and suffering due to the attack on our power grid. So let's just take a moment of silence and keep those people in mind, and anyone else that you want to keep in mind in your thoughts. Okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Okay. Now, going to the personnel report. I assume we're going to go ahead and approve the personnel report. Is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion that the personnel report be approved as presented by the superintendent.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Welcome, Ms. Purvis, to the central office.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Happy to have her.
Okay. Now, next, we've got the school improvement plans. For that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the board is aware, we are bringing forward to you today for your consideration and my recommendation for your approval of school improvement plans from 12 of our schools. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Metcalf in a second to highlight some information, but just wanted to note that just for also our new board members, that each year we bring about half of our school improvement plans to the school board. Our principals present those plans, share those plans with you, get your feedback, then have time to make any changes, discuss that feedback with their teams for the team's approval to bring back. So that happens on a yearly basis. Also part of the school improvement planning process is their safe school plans. That's approved in closed session. Those have already been approved. But those are looked at prior to the approval of the overall plans. The board had the opportunity on November 2nd and 3rd, over 2 days, to take a look at these plans. Got some great feedback, and much of that feedback from members who are still with us, Mr. Hensley, Mr. Levy, feedback around looking at specifics with academic gaps with our students, and specifics around ways to look at measuring effective discipline, and feedback from our, I don't know if that's me, Gary, or what. But I guess that's just feedback. So ways to make sure we're measuring with looking at how we're having effective discipline in our schools, and using the North Carolina Teacher Working Conditions Survey data as a data point to measure that effectiveness. So those changes were made. As part of these 12 school improvement plans, they also include our 5 low-performing schools and our 2 F schools. And there's more targeted, specific information there, and Mike will share a little bit about that. But as part of the state requirements, we are required to submit those by December 9th to the state, thus bringing this for your action today as well. And the other thing I note about school improvement plans for the board is they are what I like to call living documents. While the plan is where it is at this moment, as the school teams continue to work, they're going to tweak, they're gonna change action steps. It may not be very effective. They may accomplish an action step and be able to kind of drop that and move forward. So these are definitely living documents as the schools continue to work and move forward. So with that, Mike, I hope I didn't steal any thunder by turning it over to Dr. Metcalf.
You always steal my thunder, Dr. Locklear, but I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I have to get used to that. And new members of the board, congratulations. We're excited to be working with you, and I appreciate it. I did want to talk a little bit. Heather Stewart, who's been leading this process for us, is at the table too and can respond to any questions that you may have, but did want to talk a little bit about the process, the timeline, and some of our commitments to our low-performing schools. We did initially share the plans with the Board of Education on October 13th. Of course, that was the previously installed board. We then had the schools present to the Board of Education that time on November 2nd and 3rd, when it did some in-depth presentations on their school improvement plan. Got a lot of feedback from board members, particularly from Mr. Levy and Mr. Hensley, and we appreciated that very much. Those schools then took that back to their faculties, looked at that feedback, made some adjustments, and then received and got staff approval. They're required to have those voted on by their staff, particularly if those adjustments are substantial. And so they have done that. We then provided the updates and the current school improvement plans to the current board on December 1st for your review. There were really three areas that the board, after the presentations, asked us to focus on. One was making sure that we had a closing the gap measure. Appreciate that. Mr. Levy brought that up to the board members, to the schools a number of times. They've added that. A second was changing the discipline measure for those schools who were focused on that, away from a goal of reducing referrals to working off of the teacher working conditions survey. So based on the perception of the staff, is there a reduction in discipline, an improvement in discipline. And the third was about mission and vision, particularly for one school, Southern Pines Elementary. Also, we noted at that time that that is continuing work, trying to align the mission and vision of the schools to the strategic plan of the district. That's going to take some time to do. All of our schools are reviewing their mission and vision. All the schools will try to make that alignment if they're not already aligned. But I think that's a process that involves the community, the school community, at their particular location. So you will see change in that over a period of time. I would remind the board that these are living, working documents, and so these change throughout the course of the year as the data indicates that they need to make adjustments. As the feeling of the staff is, we've made great progress here, we want to focus over in this other area. So they're living documents and designed to be such and move in that way. There's several things with the low-performing schools, as Dr. Locklear mentioned, that we're really working on from a district level to provide some support, some lifts there. One is we're looking at preschool expansion, particularly in the southern end of the county, with Aberdeen and Southern Pines Elementary in particular. That is a process. Ms. Cooper is looking into that and working that process. There's a number of hurdles to jump with that, but certainly there was a feeling that we need to expand that early education for students. That preschool expansion is included in there. Outside consultant, I think Mr. Levy, you had suggested several times that we bring in an outside consultant. We actually have an interview with a consultant tomorrow. This will be our second interview. We have a third that we're in the process of setting up. We want to make sure we get the right person, somebody, as you had mentioned, that's done it in other places and has that ability to share how that has worked, both from a district support level, but at the school level too. And so we've got some candidates that we're really interested in, and so we're moving forward with that progress with undue haste. We bring in some vocabulary programs. Heather can talk about that more in detail if you'd like. Of course, we've shored up, if you will, our relationship with the Northern Moore Family Resource Center for Robbins and with the Boys and Girls Club in the southern end of the county. They have after-school programs that they can fund. We're providing support to them. We're providing training to their staff so that the work that's happening in schools continues in these after-school programs and kind of expand the amount of time that our students who are most in need of extra instruction are able to get that through their programs. So that's been included. We're bringing in outside resource to do a comprehensive needs assessment. That is through the Department of Public Instruction. That's already in place for all of these schools. They will assess our plans, assess our data, assess our schools, come onto the school site, provide some assessment feedback, directions, which really could drive our school improvement plans moving forward from that point. And that's happening in the second semester. So we're excited about that. Already met with them. We have the Coordinated Early Intervening Grant, which we talked about with the board members before. That's at Southern Pines Elementary and at Aberdeen Elementary School. That's providing some extra staffing and resources for our younger students, first and second grade. And then we're doing like school visits. Again, that came from board members wanting to ensure that we were looking at schools that maybe had been making some progress, that had been able to turn their schools around. And so we've already done several. That was already in the plans. We have more of those aligned. Actually have one for tomorrow, which we've had to not participate in because of our current situation, but we will be making that up at a later date. So there's a lot of work that's being done. So just wanted to give kind of an overview of some of the things that are in the plans. Of course, they go much deeper than that as well. There is a timeline. We're required to submit plans to the Board of Education within 30 days of the low performing designation. We've done that. The local board provides approval, hopefully within 30 days of receiving the plan. We're right on the edge of that. We then have to submit those plans to the state within 5 days. The state reviews them. They provide feedback. They don't give a timeline for how quickly they'll provide feedback, but they provide feedback to those, and then we make adjustments, so the schools can make some adjustments based on that if needed. The low-performing schools are required to be submitted by December 9th. December 9th. So we're right on the edge of that time, and hopefully we'll be approved today. Heather, anything I'm leaving out that I should be mentioning to the board? Then we are here to request your approval of our school improvement plans.
Questions from the board?
I do have a question.
Yes,
Does the
ma'am.
state give us the whenever the state provides you all the feedback, do you provide it to us?
We'll be happy to share that with you. It goes into a system. We load these into NC SIDAR's system. And so it automatically goes to the state, and they type in their feedback right in that. And really, it's just feedback. It doesn't require us to make any changes to it. It's just their thoughts, and we'll certainly be able to share that with the board.
Yes. Anybody else?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am?
Pinehurst Elementary, their vision is in the business of play. Will somebody explain that to me?
Heather, you want to share on that one? I know that's an area.
Well, what I can share is this okay? I can't share as much as Principal Ciccone around their vision. I know that their school team worked together as they opened their new building to go through the process of developing a vision and mission, and that is what their team came up with using community support, multiple meetings, getting feedback from the community, and then developing that vision and mission.
I can add, if I may, Ms. Bruno, that I know Ms. Ciccone and her staff have looked at, what are the foundations for how children learn, and I think that's what that's based from. That a lot of those early foundations, certainly at elementary level, are based on exploration, play, really engaging in the learning in a hands-on way. And so I think that is driven from that, some of that research and some of that foundation as well.
Okay.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
I just have, just real quick, Kit, I just have a comment to Ms. Bruno. At least it wasn't Southern Pines vision, which is all are welcome. So there's that. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Mr. Benway?
Especially when addressing the low-performing schools, I guess I'm kind of looking for more intensive scrutiny over time, perhaps in-progress reviews that are giving some real visibility, so that we can examine what's transpired in the last period what problems arose, what we're projecting for the next, and what we anticipate as challenges. So we can keep a track and see where we're going and make the fine adjustments as necessary. That's just an observation.
Thank you, sir.
And I would add, a great point, Mr. Benway, I'd also add that there's definitely more of a focus from our support folks in those schools, visibility in them, and also something we call progress checks, like you're noting, where we're doing that, but that's great feedback. Yes, sir.
Am I incorrect, or wasn't there supposed to be something developed to see how we were doing on these plans?
I think you're thinking of the district strategic plan.
No, actually, I'm talking about something that says, how are we doing on the plans, interim reports and the like, which was I forget what it's called,
Dashboard?
dashboard, yes.
Yeah, that conversation centered around the district strategic plan, the overall district strategic plan.
Okay, so it
the
wasn't these
dashboard.
plans.
It was not the individual schools reporting out.
Maybe that should be thought about.
We monitor that as a team. We monitor that as Dr. Locklear mentioned, we have progress checks. We have them each semester. We meet with the staff. We do that on site. In many cases, we meet with the staff. We review the data. We discuss with their school improvement teams the progress they made, what adjustments that they may need to make. Those are ongoing conversations. I say it happens twice a semester. The reality is that our team is out in schools so often that we're a part of those discussions throughout. And so from a district's perspective, we're very involved in understanding where they're at, where they're moving, what changes they need to make, whether they're demonstrating success with all the markers that they've put into place.
Is that closer to what you were talking about, Mr. Benway?
Yes.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Okay.
And if I can add to that too, from a community perspective, they have once a month, every school has a meeting that goes over their, what they're doing good, what they're doing bad, and how they can do better.
Yes,
So-
I should know. They have a standing school improvement
Yep.
team, which includes a parent and their staff that is voted on from
Yep.
their staff to be a part of their school improvement team. And they meet monthly to review that data, their progress, to have those conversations. And we review what they've done. We're able to see their notes, their agenda, their topics of conversation, and we're able to progress monitor to ensure that they're both meeting and that they're moving forward.
Do we publish a schedule of those events?
Yes, yes, we do. They are public record for the dates. Also, low-performing schools do meet twice monthly as part of the law. So their school improvement team meets twice. It is not an overall meeting for the whole team both times, but an admin and strategic members the second meeting, and many of them actually meet weekly, and directors and other members of the staff participate, and that is a great time where we look at data and monitor that and bring it directly back to their plans to see if we're moving forward based on what the action steps were.
Are those twice monthly meetings, are those things that an interested board member could attend?
They're public meetings,
Okay,
absolutely.
all right. So I would ask the administration to let us know through our calendaring system on our low-performing schools, because the board members may want about our other schools, but in particular our low-performing schools, to please calendar those bi-monthly meetings so that our board members can attend if they should so wish.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Was that Mr. Hensley? Yes.
Yeah, I have several questions and comments based upon what was presented here before I get into my specific comments about acceptance or rejections of the plans. So my first observation, and this is just a comment, is the mission and vision of the schools should be derived from the mission statement and vision of Moore County Schools. I don't think that was always done in the past, but I believe this board is going to insist on that in the future, because that's just the way that should work. Mr. Metcalf, a question that I have for you is, these plans we're required to submit them to the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction by 9 December. Okay, so what if we don't? For good reason, I'm not saying just out of spite, but say we reject them. So are they gonna, is Governor Cooper gonna, is Superintendent Truitt gonna send down her North Carolina DPI police and haul us off, or what are the repercussions?
Sure. I can't answer that. I'm not sure we've ever been in a situation where we've pressed it, where we know what the consequences are. I can tell you what the process would be. Since we've met once and we've taken the feedback from the board, we've made the adjustments to that. If the board is still not comfortable to adopt them, then it goes into, and we have to request mediation. So that mediation would be using what's required within law. They would mediate between the schools and between the board. And ultimately, if the mediation is not found to be effective, the board does, I believe, have the authority then to write the plan for the school. So we would be nearing that mediation phase of that, because we've already taken the feedback from the board and put that into the board. If the board is still not comfortable with that, that would be the next stage. In terms of missing the deadline, what the consequence would be, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so let me say this, mediation is not necessary because we're all professionals. We're professionals, you're professionals, and the schools are professionals. However, there are some mitigating circumstances, and I would suggest two off the top of my head. One is, you mentioned that these revised plans were made available to us on 1 December. I would point out that we did not have power for 4 of the 6 days. Secondly, I would also say that the approval of these plans, and this is probably the most important part, well, I'll say that I did not have time, going back to the power outage, I did not have time to read them. So you would be asking me to vote without a thorough review, which is my fiduciary duty and everyone else's fiduciary duties. Secondly, I would point out that the other mitigating circumstances is these plans happen to span 2 different school boards. So maybe the previous school board was 100% okay with this, but I don't think that the new school board would necessarily view that the same. So there's no mitigation necessary, or I'm sorry, whatever.
Mediation.
Thank you, mediation necessary. I just think that, there's new board, new intent, and it just happened to span that. So I would ask other board members, we're gonna vote on this, that you might want to just consider that.
Are you suggesting a tabling motion? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not sure what I'm suggesting.
Okay,
I'm just gonna
all right.
make my point, and then we can discuss it and figure out where we go from here. But yes, that might be the appropriate thing.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry, I
sir.
thought you
Yeah,
were done.
no, go ahead. I don't have my
Yes,
reader, so I'm trying to decipher.
recognizing the lawyer who we always have to recognize.
Okay, thank you. The process about adopting the plan is in the law, and I don't know if you can pull that up or not.
Oh, I'm familiar with the law. We have to accept it or reject it in its entirety. Are you talking about as the process?
Right, and then if you don't agree, either the local school or the board can request to go through the mediation process. And the state board has some guidelines that are developed to do that, and resolve any disagreements. If there's no request made to use that process, however, the responsibility falls on the school board to adopt a school improvement plan for the school. And then the law says the General Assembly urges the local board to utilize the school's proposed school improvement plan to the maximum extent possible when developing such a plan.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
The other thing, before I get into my specific observations on the plans, are that we need to consider, the school board specifically needs to consider, and the central office needs to consider, and the administrators of the schools need to consider that some of the remedies laid out in the school improvement plans to improve our low-performing schools are in fact the problem. Let me say that again. We need to consider that some or many of the remedies to fix the problem of low-performing schools are the problem causing the low-performing schools. And I would say that 5 years ago, Miss Calcutt was sitting in this exact same spot facing that way. She would be sitting on that side of the table facing this way when she proudly discussed how Moore County schools had 10 B-rated schools. Proudly crowing that Moore County schools had 10 B-rated schools. That was in 2017, and she was referring to the 2016 academic report cards. In the intervening, that was only 5 years ago. In the intervening 5 years, we have gone from 10 B-rated schools to 5 B-rated schools. We've gone from 0 F-rated schools to 2 F-rated schools. And during those 5 years, what changed? You know, there was a new school board that's now gone. There was a relatively new superintendent who's now gone. And there were many programs put into place that continue on these school improvement plans. So I would ask this board, and I would ask this central office, and I would ask administrators throughout all the Moore County schools, and I would ask the citizens of Moore County to ask themselves, what exactly changed from 2017 to 2022, which caused our B-rated schools to be cut into half and us to all of a sudden have F-rated schools? So, you know, it certainly isn't our teachers, and it certainly isn't our students, and it certainly isn't the parents. So what has changed? The school board that oversaw the decline from 10 B-rated schools to 5 B-rated schools is gone. The superintendent who oversaw that is gone. Maybe they were the problem, maybe they weren't. Maybe some of the programs that are proposed as the fixes for that are themselves the cause. So we have to look at ourselves, and we have to ask that very, very difficult question. Okay, so let me talk about my observations of having sat through the previous school improvement plans as they were presented here a couple months ago. And some of this I said, but I will summarize quickly. Some of it I have thought of upon further reflection. And that is that it became obvious to me that our high-performing schools, such as Pinecrest, Pinehurst Elementary, Elise Middle comes to mind. Those schools, their administrators, their principals sat here, and they presented ambitious, visionary, well-focused school improvement plans. And that's the reason why they're high-performing schools, because they have ambitious, high-performance leaders who developed ambitious, high-performing school improvement plans. I wish I could say the same for our low-performing schools. As a general rule, the school improvement plans that were presented by the administrators of our low-performing schools lacked ambition, they lacked vision, and they lacked clarity. Other than the ones that had, I got to single out, there are exceptions to that, and I would point to Southern Middle School where there's a new principal, and the new principal at a low-performing school presented a very ambitious, a very well-focused, and a very visionary school improvement plan. So, Mr. Chair, what I would ask, and fellow board members, what I would ask we consider, and it's going to be difficult to do in this environment, I'm not sure how we do it in 20 minutes or 15 minutes or 5 minutes, but I would suggest that we not rotely approve all the school improvement plans. Let me say that again. I would suggest that we not wave our hands and treat all the school improvement programs as equal when in fact they are not. There are great school improvement plans that we were presented last month or the month before, and there are ones that should be summarily rejected. So, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure the process of how we single out individual ones for approval. Today, I think that we could probably read through them and come back next week, to your point of tabling it, and come back and go through them one by one. But I am not, and I am just a single board member with a single vote, but I am not prepared to wave my hand and treat all the school improvement plans and approve them as if they are equal, when in fact they are not. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Well, okay.
If I can add
Yes,
to
yes,
that.
ma'am.
I just wanted to say that, or ask you a question, that the school improvement plans, and I know the answer, I'm just for the public reason, that they're working documents, correct?
Yes.
So even if we voted yes on it today, they're still work in progress, there's still things that can be changed. It's not that it's written in stone and that's exactly how we have to follow it. Am I correct on that?
That is correct. They're working documents, and not only could they change, they will change.
Right.
You know, as they progress and they look at their data, and they may become more aggressive if the data indicates that they can and should be. Yes.
And then my other comment is, I really did stay up a couple nights looking at these plans, because I did want to make sure. I did miss the meeting the other time. I wasn't here, so I just wanted to make sure that I was, really following through what I needed to do and read what was going on with each school. And I was very impressed with a lot of it. And I agree with David. There's maybe some things that could use some tweaking, but I think that would be up to the school administration to do. I don't think it's our job to make a school improvement plan. We don't know what's going on in that school directly. We're just looking from the outside in. It's the teachers, it's the staff. They know what's going on in their school, and I think they are the ones that need to be setting up those improvement plans. So I would say that I would definitely pass this and let them do their job and not micromanage that. So that's all I have to say.
In answer, I think Mr. Hensley's asked a question, and I'll treat that as a point of information. There are several things that you can do here today. You can pass them. Someone can make a motion to say, I want to pass these school improvement programs. That was a second, and then vote on it. You could say, I want to pass all but X, Y, and Z, and we can pass those and have a vote on it. Or the answer is, someone can make a motion to table it. I prefer if you table something, you say, I'm going to table it until. There would be two possibilities. Number one would be our Monday meeting, which is our business meeting. And number two would be our January meeting. That's just as a point of information. Those are things which could be done. But let me, if there are no other comments on that, I have some
Mr.
specific.
Chair, I have two other comments. if I
Yes,
could
sir.
real quick. So, in response to, I almost said Ms. Calcutt's and Ms. Goldwell's.
Stacy.
Stacy. So two things. One is, the school improvement programs that I would be inclined to vote against also happen to be low-performing schools. So the good thing about that is they have to present them each and every year. So what this board could do is, understanding that there's a new board with higher expectations. Let me say that again. There's a new board with higher expectations of our administrators, right? That maybe we go ahead and improve the school improvement plans, knowing that the ones that we would reject are going to be in front of us within a year. Okay, so that is something that we could do as, hey, there's a new board and you guys better sharpen your pencils, right? The other thing I'd like to point out is, ironically, and Dr. Locklear will vouch for me on this, ironically, Moore County Schools used to do their school improvement programs every year until 2017, when the school improvement programs were presented, and Dr. Grimacy pointed out that the new Dr. Locklear on the staff pointed out that they were only required every other year, so they very happily changed change them to every other year. So we could in fact do them every year, but the fact of the matter is, and Dr. Locklear, to his credit, is the one that stopped the administrative drill. I couldn't imagine doing it every year for every school. But the point about, but the overall point is the ones that we would reject, we're gonna see them next year.
Okay, so, let me also ask some more specific questions about the things. First of all, in terms of Aberdeen Elementary, I noticed that one of the goals was a 50% reduction in office referrals, okay? I do remember specifically our discussions that office referrals are actually a very, very poor way to lower discipline, because if you say, I want a 50% reduction in office referrals, you'll get a 50% reduction in office referrals. But the students will simply be dealt with in the classroom, and the teacher will be chided for referring them to the office. Why is this still in there, given our discussions about it?
I can, first, let me say, I think you're right. I think when you have that type of goal, you can have an unintended consequence of that type of goal. It may or may not happen that way, but you can have an unintended consequence of where, by doing that, there's an effort to look at it in a little different way. But Dr. Metcalf, it was my understanding that was taken and revised. Is that correct?
It is. They're talking about improving positive school culture is determined by the teacher working conditions, and I think that was your recommendation, Mr. Levy. Students at this school follow rules of conduct will increase from 22.92% to 42.92%.
No, but let me, okay, I get that. But if you go up to the top, along with your set of goals, it says specifically, because I read it, as a matter of fact, I looked at it again this morning, reduce office referrals by 50%. It's on there.
I
This-
do not see it. I'll have to look through it. I don't
If
see it.
you
I think
go
that
to
was
the-
intended to
go
be changed.
Go to Aberdeen, go to the top, and there's a list of things there that you're going to do. And one of them, I believe, is reduce office referrals by 50%. But do you see it there?
I do not. What I see is the TWC
Okay,
one.
well, I can go to it. Believe me, it's there.
It certainly was there on the previous one,
Yeah.
the one we
That-
brought
that's
to
a-
the board.
It's been updated since then.
That was
So you have
updated
the
after that.
previous one.
Okay, because the one I got was with the current agenda. Okay.
This
But-
is the one linked to our agenda, right, Mike?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so let me, try to go to.
Stop right there, Charlie. That's
This is the updates that
The
were made
updated
by
one.
them and approved by the school staff.
All right, so anyway, so you're telling me that that's not in there, right?
That is correct. That was the feedback that we received from the board after we brought them in November. And the school staff at each of the schools that were having a discipline goal changed it to connect it not to reducing, as you correctly brought to our attention, reducing referrals, but to make sure the perception of the staff. So we use these questions from the teacher working conditions and replace that particular goal. They were approved by each of the staff of the schools who were focused on discipline as one of their goals. Not all schools were focused on that.
And that's a more correct measure of effectiveness.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Brought-
no, yes,
brought-
there's
Brought to
no
our
question
attention by
about
board
that.
members.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
There was a goal of 10/19/22 to explore contracting with a consultant. Clearly, you said that there is a consultant which you're interviewing.
We have three that we're looking at, yes.
My concern is that was supposed to be done 10/19, and we're already in December. That seems to be a problem. We're doing a school improvement program, and it looks great, but it just doesn't have, the consultant doesn't say, this is efficacious, or this'll help it, so I'm concerned. I did not see, perhaps you can correct me, that there was an absenteeism goal.
No.
Okay,
Goal?
A goal for
A goal
absenteeism?
for Aberdeen,
yeah.
not a goal.
Right,
There
because
may be-
there was, for instance, in the Robbins plan, an absenteeism goal to lower absenteeism. Isn't
That is
this the
correct.
school that has a tremendous amount of chronic absenteeism?
All of our schools had a tremendous amount of
I'm
chronic
talking about
absenteeism.
somewhere going up close to 50% or something like that.
So I have a chart that has all of the percentage that I'll have to refer to. Aberdeen was in the middle, like many of the schools. There's a high absenteeism percentage. In all of the plans, they have action steps that refer to attendance. Each principal meets monthly with us, and we talk about what are our strategies around attendance, and we're going to be reporting on that work to you at a later date. So Aberdeen specifically does not have a goal around attendance, but they do have action steps as part of their plan.
Okay, I'm just telling you, I have a concern that Robbins, which is also a failing school, has an absenteeism goal, and Aberdeen Elementary does not. Okay, and that seems to me, if we're going to get the school out of its F status, it seems to me that we need to address that, and we need to address it as a goal. So I just would let you know my feelings on that. Going over what struck me between the two schools is that Aberdeen has a collectivist approach, which is that everyone is in teams, is in particular houses, as they call them in elementary school, and the like. Whereas Robbins looks to a more individualistic goal. And I'm not here to say which is better in terms of schooling. Is a collectivist approach better than an individualist approach? But I am concerned that we don't have a consultant to tell us which is the better approach. So going over to Robbins, one of the things that we don't have in Robbins is any addressing of the English as a second language program. Now, the one thing that distinguishes Robbins from every other school that we have is that it has a Spanish immersion program. And that Spanish immersion program, what the kids do, is it 2 days in Spanish or 3 days in Spanish versus 2 days in English? Am I right? Which way is it?
The dual language program is every other day. You start in.
Okay, so we have every other day, one in English and one in Spanish, okay? I don't see, one of the things in talking to some of the people who should know around the district is I do not see anyone looking into tackling academic English quick and early at Robbins. As a matter of fact, the entire school improvement program, it's almost as if this is a totally English-speaking school, and there is no attention to its unique problem. And I don't know how to remedy that problem. I just know that Robbins has a unique situation, and that in a school improvement plan, that should be probably addressed somehow, some way, because it is an F-rated school. And adjusting that seems to be appropriate. How it's to be adjusted, I don't know. Perhaps a consultant will let us know. Yeah.
I would just like to chime in on that point.
Yes, go ahead,
If
Mr.
I could. And I'm doing this from memory, but what I seem to recall that Robbins Elementary, which has the dual language immersion program that Mr. Levy pointed out, notwithstanding anecdotal evidence of a few students that you guys followed, I would point out that, and again, I'm doing this from memory, that Robbins Elementary is one of the few schools that all subgroups suffered in English and other subjects. And I think that that is a direct result of the fact that we're not teaching English. We're taking resources away from other instructions to provide this dual language immersion program. So that is that's an example of, that I'm not sure that we've identified the root causes of why these schools are failing. Anyway, back to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, yes.
Thank you.
What are we doing, or if you know, in terms of introducing academic English immediately?
So, and I'm pretty sure that Donna Gephardt also presented as far as what we're doing as a whole, as far as our vocabulary focus, specifically in low-performing schools, and at Robbins in particular. So there is work being done on academic vocabulary and vocabulary. We've got new materials that we're using. We have the curriculum specialist working with the schools, providing professional learning, doing hands-on lesson planning, modeling around using these vocabulary resources, specifically around academic and content vocabulary. So we do have some of that work
Okay,
going on.
Not to interrupt you. I get it, it's around academic vocabulary, but you're talking as if this is an English-speaking school. What I'm saying is, this is a unique school where we have a lot of ESL students. Are we addressing this with regard to the particular ESL needs?
Yes, sir. We're, if I may respond.
Yes, sir.
We're providing, we provide ESL English learner services. We have English learner teachers who work to provide those interventions and support to bring those students who native language isn't English through their service years. There's a number of years that they provide that based on the standards that are set by the federal government and the state. So we do provide that specific intervention for our, whether you want to call them English learners or English, English as a second language is a former term that was used. I think now it's called multi-language learners. They keep changing the terms on us, but the bottom line is, yes, sir, we do offer those specific intervention services. But I think also what is a known good best practice is that you're intervening and teaching that no matter what their language may be in the classroom at grade level, those academic vocabulary terms and building that over time. So,
But
yes, sir.
okay. There was a complaint given to me that we are not stressing academic English in our Spanish classes immediately. In other words, that we are teaching social English and allowing social English to thrive without drilling down onto academic English. And we are told that it does take about 5 years for a child to be totally fluent in academic English, but it is my understanding that the latest research on that says that the sooner we get them working on academic English, the better. So that's my address to the school improvement program at Robbins. I can't speak for the board on that, just my evaluation. I do applaud Robbins for its rocket time pullout, okay? That they're pulling out students similar to what's being done in Cranes Creek, that during certain times, I don't want to say free times, these are enrichment times, you're pulling out students who need the extra help, okay? I do not see that at Aberdeen Elementary, okay? And that concerns me, that we are not doing, I'm most familiar with it at Cranes Creek Middle, okay? That they specifically pull out students for 2-week periods of time for special academic help. And it appears that that's what they're going to be doing at Robbins. I am very concerned that we're not doing it at Aberdeen Elementary, or it's not being highlighted. This concerns me a lot, that the approach of Robbins is a social emotional learning approach. One of the goals is that they are aligning with Castle, okay, which values social and emotional learning through a just world. Okay, those are the words of Castle. Social emotional learning through a just world. That is woke. That is specifically not what this board was elected to do. Okay? This board there was an election. There was a specific election that we will concentrate on learning and not social justice, whatever that term means, and not equity. I am very, very concerned if the approach of Robbins Elementary is a Castle approach. And for those who do not know what Castle is, it is an organization, I understand, funded in part through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It's a national organization. It is much of the some of the problems that we have.
And it's one of the programs that has been introduced in the last 5 years when our schools went from 10 B-rated schools to 5 B-rated schools.
Okay, I'm concerned that we have, and I believe I got this directly from the plan, certified and trained behavioral specialists and licensed health providers work with students to manage social and emotional needs, healthy and appropriate ways as a preventative for something. We are not a psychological organization. We are an educational organization. We are not woke. We are not Castle. Okay? I believe that one of the problems of a lot of our schools, and I only say for myself, is this Castle-type approach. And I would hope that we would look more to solid academics. One of the more interesting things is that we have great family structure and we have great social structure at Robbins. One of the things that our first and second generation immigrant community gives to us is a solid family foundation. Okay? That's not where the emphasis needs to be. The emphasis needs to be on reading, writing, math, the like. The parents will take care of much of the social and emotional stuff of the children, and we need to rely on the parents to do that. Yes, there are situations where we have to come in, and we need to also think about referring these matters to where they are really severe, to refer them to our county social welfare agencies. We are not a welfare agency. And just one second, I think I have one thing more. One of the other things that we want to do is increase tutoring, which is to be applauded. I did bring over to the superintendents and to the assistants for their looking at something called the is it the tutoring corps?
Yes, sir.
Whatever that is, which functions through the state of North Carolina. Simply sending our kids for tutoring without some structure to the tutoring seems to be not a good use of resources. I mean, we need to bring it to keep those outside people, bring them in, okay? But we also need to train them. And we also need to have a goal that the tutoring corresponds to the curriculum. And that is what the tutoring corps or whatever that does. And I hope you will look into that. We have some well-meaning people and we want to bring in all the volunteers we humanly can. but we have to do that with a goal in mind. So that, unfortunately, taking up a lot of time, are my comments on this.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I think we might, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I would like to address the discipline that's under Aberdeen Elementary. First of all, I do not believe that you can have any sort of education without discipline. Discipline has, the standards for discipline have got to be raised. It says here, school administration consistently enforce rules for students' conduct. It will increase from 33% to 53%.
How about 100%?
And then underneath it, it said the school administration supporting teachers' efforts to maintain discipline in the classroom will increase from 41% to 62%. Our administrators are not supporting our teachers?
Only 40% of the time is what you
Okay,
just said.
just one
This to
second,
me-
let's do one at a time, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I can offer clarification.
Okay.
Whoa, just wait a second. Ms. Bruna, keep on going.
This
Uh,
to
Oh, I'm
me
sorry, I thought that
is
was-
Yep.
pure nonsense that administrators are not supporting our teachers. I've spent my lifetime in a classroom. I've never, ever, ever not had an administrator support me in anything that I've ever done. I have never seen anything like this. And I will never vote for that. Absolutely never to pass that. I'm hearing from parents, I'm hearing from students that other students are saying F you to teachers. This is allowed in a classroom? How do you expect to teach our children? And this is why I'm sitting here, because I ran on academics and on discipline, and I intend to harp on this every single meeting.
Dr. Locklear?
Yes, ma'am. That data, that questioning, that terminology comes from the North Carolina Teacher Working Conditions Survey, which is given biannually. It's something that is part of our principals evaluation process, goal development process for their own improvement. As we got
This is not
feedback.
improvement. This is.
Well, if you let me
Okay,
respond, Ms.
I'm
Bruno.
sorry.
Okay, yeah, let's
It just makes
give,
me,
I understand you're fired up, and I'm fired up about it. And I don't expect our schools to be places that don't have discipline, that aren't safe, that aren't structured, and aren't caring environments. That's part of our core beliefs as a school district from our board. It's part of my core beliefs, that if you don't have a schoolhouse, that you behave like it, you learn like it, you can never have fun, you can never enjoy school, we never have good outcomes. So that is definitely an expectation of our school district, has been, will continue to be. But when you're looking at our school improvement plans, we talk about SMART goals, and you're probably familiar with that terminology. And we talk about, with that, you talk about stretching yourself in improvement, but also doing it in incremental or realistic ways. And when when the perception of our teachers is that low, going up 20 percentage points is a stretch, realistic, and certainly is hopeful that it would be much higher than that, and you would hope that. But it certainly is still a targeted improvement. And prior to this revision, the data point was reduction of discipline referrals. Now, do I think the intent of administration was to make sure teachers didn't write kids up when they did something? Absolutely not. But I can see how that can be unintended consequences of a goal that reduces discipline referrals versus having another data point that shows us how our teachers are feeling about the discipline in the school. I believe this is a better measure of what the discipline environment will be and should be in targeted improvement. Also, keep in mind, it's a biannual survey, but they will have what we call dipstick is kind of the terminology we use, interim survey, so we'll have their feeling on that this year, and they'll be able to continue to take action to improve what's happening in the teacher's perception of what's happening. So that's where that comes from. I want to assure you and the whole board and our community and our parents that we have high expectations for safety in our schools. That's always and will continue to always remain our top priority, discipline, structure, and that we have places that are caring environments. So that's what we're committed to, and that's what that is referencing. I understand you being fired up that, gosh, 20-something%? That's ridiculous. You're right. But we've got to improve it, and we've got to take steps to improve it, and that's the stretch of that with the 20-point increase.
Well, I just want everybody to know that no teacher should go to an administrator of their school with a complaint about what's going on in their classroom, how that teacher is unable to teach because of spending so much time aimed at certain pupils who are not listening, who are not paying attention, who are taking away the education from every other child. And we have to support our teachers, and I am not for this at all.
Mr.
Our
Chair,
Yes, yes.
administrators have to stand up and do their job.
Mr. Hensley.
I think I have a compromise, but before I propose this compromise, in response to Pauline's comments, I will say that what you're pointing out is a reflection of the leadership of that school. That's what that whole environmental survey is. And off the top of my head, again, I haven't looked at these in a month or so, of the school improvement plans that were presented, this go around, the school in question, Aberdeen Elementary, had the lowest teacher satisfaction survey results in the areas that you discuss. I mean, it was strikingly so. And I would say to the superintendent, I would say to the central office staff, and I would say to the Moore County public, the previous board had tolerated administrators with such low, principals with such low remarks. I mean, that school not only is F-rated, but it had the lowest teacher satisfaction ratings, when there are other low-performing schools that had certainly adequate or good teacher performance. So this board is no longer going to tolerate that going forward. Anyway, so Ms. Caldwell had a suggestion. When I was talking about how, school improvement programs were done yearly, Ms. Caldwell said that there's nothing, I'm sorry, Stacy.
It's fine,
Stacy
whatever.
said that, there's nothing that said we could not have school improvement programs done in 4 months or 6 months.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Chair, what I would suggest, and I would suggest that fellow board members consider this, is that we pass these so that everyone can make their deadlines and, everybody's happy, the bureaucracy's happy from that side. But we call out specific ones that we want redone and represented back to us in, say, 6 months at the June meeting. And off the top of my head, that would be Aberdeen Elementary, Southern Pines Elementary, and Robbins Elementary. So, any discussion on that?
If I could offer a little bit of feedback from an administrative
Yes, sir.
standpoint, from my standpoint on that, we're more than happy to bring back updates. We're more than happy to bring back status reports. I would say as far as a revised school improvement plan, it would benefit the school to have their preliminary data in place first. That's why we do this a lot of times in the fall, because we get our state data, and then we're able to build off of that, measure where we're successful, where we're not on the end of year data, the summative data. So from an administrative standpoint, I would suggest that obviously with low performance schools, we bring those each year unless they come out of low performance status, which we hope some do. But that we look at that more in the fall of the year versus June.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Superintendent Locklear, but I can say in my mind, it is rejection, and we have them here next week, or we pass them conditionally that we have them here in 6 months. Because in many regards, this is just more of the same. This is just piling more and more bureaucracy. I don't see more teachers in lower class sizes. I see more bureaucracy and more unproven theories, some of which, as I earlier state, might be the cause of the low-performing schools.
Okay.
And
If I could
I'm
just-
not arguing.
Just wait a second. Ms. Caldwell, I think, was next, and then the superintendent.
I just wanted to feed off, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I just lost my train of thought. I think it's more not necessarily redoing the plan in June. I think it's more reevaluating what's working, what's not necessarily the data of like testing, like, yeah, we scored 100 on SATs or whatever. Not SATs, but you know what I mean. Yeah, and grade testing. I think it's more of, this is what's going on at the school. This is what's improving. This is the behavior that's going on. From that aspect, I think is what we're interested in, because like, Pauline said, you do need discipline in a school in order to have a quality, sound-based education. So, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, the data's great. I think data would be great, but you're right. We won't find anything out till probably September and October. Yeah.
Superintendent?
Again, I just, a couple other points of clarification I'll offer and affirm in what we've heard from the board is first and foremost, I recall Dr. Metcalf when he started off these presentations back in November. One point that he made that I said as well is that having low performance schools and 2F schools is absolutely unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And we're committed to improving those. We have put strategies and actions in these plans that are above and beyond what we've ever done before.
Mm-hmm.
We are committed to taking big swings to get that work done. I would also, note that we can't forget the context as well. We did go through COVID. We did have an impact that's related to that, to our data. It's not an excuse. We're not making that excuse. It's just a fact. It's
Okay,
like
so-
old Pete Rose used to say, it ain't bragging if you can do it. We did go through for COVID. It is a fact, and it did impact our schools, all our schools. But we're committed to recovering from that. We're committed to increasing the improvement of our schools. I would also note, when you're looking at a school improvement plan, you are looking at a plan that was developed by that school, by teachers on the team, by parents. And so it is a plan that is a living document, a working document, whatever term you want to use, that will develop and move a long time. And definitely, as we also noted, we'll put on the calendar your opportunity to attend those meetings, be part of those, to listen in on those discussions, contribute as you would like. And so you'll see that work in action. And we'll continue to circle back to what's happening here, monitoring what's happening here, and taking actions to improve what's happening in those schools. There's no argument for me to bring back updates, to bring back progress reports, to come back in June and say, this is what we saw work, this is what we're anticipating from the work, and then, of course, come back as required for official approval as we move forward.
Okay, let me make a suggestion. I don't know whether this is what you guys want, so I leave this to the board. I'm not suggesting that this is my opinion. Is there a motion that we pass these school improvement programs subject to Southern Pines Elementary, Robbins Elementary, and Aberdeen Elementary reporting on their progress on these documents as of, I wouldn't say June, I would say probably April of 2023, which puts them on a short leash and lets them know that we're breathing down their throats.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see why some of these things can't be handled tomorrow. You have students saying F you to a teacher. Tomorrow you walk into school and you say, this is not allowed. You will respect our teachers. Why do we have to wait 6 months for that?
Well,
Why do
actually-
we have to wait 4 months for that?
Actually, I think what we're saying is, we're not waiting for that. If that happens, and you get a parent comes to you and says, you just said F you to a teacher, then you write to the superintendent, which I do frequently. I'll email the superintendent. That's confidential information. it deals with a child. And I say to the superintendent, I want to know what happened here, okay? And then we will bring that up, if necessary, in closed session with regard to that teacher's specific performance and the students, and we will deal with it then and there. We're looking at overall what we're going to do with the schools. If there are specific disciplinary problems, those can be handled tomorrow or whatever day you want to handle them. What I do is when something like that comes to my attention, I do send it to the superintendent. Let the superintendent know what the specific problem is. And sometimes I'm satisfied with what he says, sometimes I'm not. And if I'm not, I bring it up in closed session where we can talk about confidential information.
So, Mr. Chair, in response to your request, if there's a motion to pass these subject to reports in the future, I do not believe that is adequate, and I will tell you why. My contention isn't that the plan for Southern Pines, Aberdeen, and Robbins are just slightly flawed. My assertion is that they're fundamentally flawed and that they need to go back to the drawing board and they need to be completely redone, truly analyzing the causes of the academic failure, and that they need to be redone and they need to be in their entirety with a whole new approach, and they need to be resubmitted. So reporting back on the results of a fundamentally flawed plans is not going to solve anything. Where I'm willing as a single board member to go, I will introduce and I will support a motion which says that we will pass all of these in their entirety with the requirement that the Southern Pines Elementary, Aberdeen Elementary, and Robbins Elementary school plans are redone in total and represented to this board no later than the June 2023 school board meeting, no later than June of 2023.
May I add some support to that?
Yeah, just 1 second. I need to know from council, is that a way we can go?
Once the plan's approved by the state, so you submit this to the state, it's approved by the state. So, there's not a process that I'm aware of where you could revise it, after it's approved by the state.
Okay, all right, that's
I mean,
what I thought.
You could probably supplement it in some way. Dr. Metcalf, you have
Well,
something else?
it's a working document, coming back to that idea of it being a living and working document where we can make changes. That includes, large changes as well as minor changes to that document. And so I think you could do it from that angle. You wouldn't be resubmitting to the state until the next year, but you would still be making the adjustments to what's posted locally and what their plan is.
Okay. Yes.
Just for clarification, Mr. Hensley, what I heard you saying was, maybe I misunderstood you, what I heard you saying was the equivalent of a whole new plan being submitted.
Correct. I believe they're fundamentally flawed.
Okay.
All right, so is what I'm trying to ask council is that a possibility, or must we reject the plan? That's the big question. Boy, do I put you on the spot here.
Yeah, you can,
May I?
if you're talking about substantial revisions, I think that's allowed. But if you're talking about a whole new plan, I think you're in a gray area.
Okay, all right, yes, go ahead.
I would say that these were presented to you guys a month ago, correct? That they came back with the adjustments.
Right,
At the time that they were presented, if we wanted the huge overhaul, like you're talking with the 3 field schools, we should have asked for it at that time. I don't think that it's fair to them to demand that right now with them being a living document. They can come back with us, even, I don't know, maybe monthly with different strategies and implement them as they're living documents. That's how we handle them. I do agree 100%. Programs that we have in our schools right now are an ultimate, they're part of the failure, unfortunately. We take it as a grain of salt that what they're giving us is good programs, and really they're distractions in a large part. Our focus should be on the academics. You can't teach, I want to be careful with what I'm saying. Good teachers have compassion built in already. They know how to work with their children. And we're giving them all these different programs to use that takes away from their genuine heart to serve our children and to educate our children. It takes up a whole lot of their time. Some of those things need to be gone. I think it would be, not necessarily unfair, but it would be a heavy burden for our administrators to have to come up with something that we should have requested from them initially. They can come to us over the next course of time. When is not this semester, when is our third semester over? Do you know?
Third quarter.
Third quarter.
It's in March.
It's like
March and April.
Late
And
March.
that timeframe goes along, I think, with what Mr. Levy was trying to say.
April.
June is too late, April, but if at the end of the third quarter, we have the full overhaul possibly that David's requesting, or just, we need to go ahead, in my opinion, to go ahead, approve what we've got now, request that they make big changes in a scheduled time, not.
Okay, all right.
So,
All right,
Mr.
so just wait a second. I think it's almost time to fish or cut bait.
Yeah.
I need a motion,
Yeah,
all right? And somebody's got to make a motion to say, for instance, I wish to pass this, but I want them to come back to us with a progress report in April of 2023.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
second.
All right.
Is that-
Discussion on the motion.
May I ask for
Yes.
clarification on the motion? Is when you say want them to come back with their report on their progress by April of 2023, you're talking about those three schools that you mentioned, Southern Pines
that your
Elementary,
desire?
Aberdeen, and
Okay.
Robbins?
All right.
Right.
The
So I want to
failing
make sure, as
schools.
Chair, I'm not, I'm dealing with your motion, not mine. So, okay. So now that we understand the motion, let's have discussion on the motion.
So,
Yes,
I have this-
Mr. Hensley.
My first question is to the board attorney. So what you're saying is it is not possible for school districts to submit school improvement plans to the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction out of cycle. What you're saying is it must be done in cycle, in spite of the fact that 5 years ago, Moore County Schools submitted them annually, even though they were required to do it every other year, which would indicate that the North Carolina DPI will accept them out of cycle because Moore County Schools did it for a very long time. So what exactly is the regulation?
We're required to submit low-performance school plans, not all plans.
You have to submit low-performing annually.
Right.
You have to follow the guidelines and the timeline that are set out in those guidelines. Now, you mentioned the DPI police coming down.
No, please, since the superintendent chimed in, let me refocus on the question. What I said was, prior to Dr. Locklear starting working here in 2017, Moore County Schools used to submit all school improvement plans for all schools annually. That would be prima facie evidence that they will accept them out of cycle, because they obviously did if we were submitting them annually and they were only required every other year. So my very specific question is, will the North Carolina DPI accept school improvement programs out of cycle?
I don't think there's a guideline or a regulation on that, but I think they probably would. Anytime you submit a school improvement plan,
I
my
would think
guess
they
is
would
they'd
too.
accept it, but, or
But the
take
changes
action
are-
on it.
The changes are in the system, so they would see them at that point. And I think the regulation does allow you to amend those at any time. We were just quickly looking at the
Yeah, I'm,
regulation over here.
I'm not going to support this motion for the following reasons. Because I don't believe that it sends, I don't believe that it sends the correct signal to our administrators and our principals who produced poorly written school improvement plans to accept them without requiring them to be redone in their entirety and resubmitted. So I am not in support of this motion.
Further discussion on the motion?
Do you have a second on the motion?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I
That
didn't hear
was,
it, sorry.
it was motioned by Stacy.
Second by Shannon?
Seconded by
Yeah.
Shannon, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing no, yes, go ahead,
I just
Mr.
want to add
Medway.
to what David said. I think that proceeding with a set of flawed mission improvement plans wastes 4 months. Let's go ahead and go back to square one, define the problem, create a problem statement for each of these, and proceed with a whole new improvement plan.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Yeah, just 1 second. Let me let, Ms. Bruno, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I agree with what David and Ken said. Why are we going to waste the time and submit something that we believe is flawed?
Okay. All right, any further discussion on the motion?
sir,
Yes,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Hensley.
And the other thing I do want to respond to something that Shannon said, because Shannon was not here when we discussed these back in November, is I very specifically put everyone on notice that I found these unacceptable, and I thought that they needed to go back to the drawing board. What the central office chose to do was to modify them slightly. So they were put on notice, and even before we discussed school improvement program, before we actually discussed the school improvement programs or plans, I also discussed and made it known to the central office months ago that it wouldn't be acceptable to just do the same old thing and expect different results. So Shannon, they had plenty of notice. This is what they chose to do. And I find it unacceptable. Other board members may find it acceptable, but the assertion that the central office and the administrators were not put on notice is just not correct. So,
Okay. Further discussion, Dr.
I would just note that I support the motion, the recommendation, or the motion on the table. I would support that and recommend passing that. I would also note that I know we've worked very closely with these school teams, and I trust that they've built plans that will see improvements, and our expectation is there will be improvements. And so that's why we'll be monitoring this very closely. We'll be modifying as we need, as we move forward, to see those improvements as we move forward. As I noted before, having low-performing schools and F schools is totally unacceptable. We've got great kids, we've got great staff, great communities, and every school has different challenges, and these low-performing schools have significant challenges, but I believe they can meet those challenges. So again, I do support the motion.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion. Boy, we may miss Mr. Holmes today. Tell him to get out of his deer hunting outfit or something. Okay. All those in favor? Yes.
Just for the record, just because people are watching, Board Member Holmes had pre-scheduled vacation because this meeting was originally going to be scheduled for Tuesday, and it got moved to Wednesday for other reasons that he could not control. So I don't want anyone to think that Philip Holmes does not take his duties responsibility.
That's
I'm
also,
sorry,
that's
his
also
duty,
true.
doesn't take his duties,
That's responsibly,
Yeah,
which he
responsibly.
does,
Yes.
which he definitely does. And it was pre-planned. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Excuse me, could you reread the motion?
The mo-
Okay, all right, go ahead.
The motion was, if I can find, here we go, that we approve all the school improvement plans and require Southern Pines Elementary School, Aberdeen Elementary School, and Robbins Elementary School to report back on their progress by April of 2023.
Okay,
Raise hand.
once again, All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Well, in the motion, it is significant, the motion fails for not having a majority. I'm correct, counsel?
That's correct.
Okay, so the motion fails. So we are, at this point.
I have a motion.
Go ahead.
I would make a motion that the school improvement program, that the school improvement plans are passed as presented, with the caveat that Southern Pines Elementary, Aberdeen Elementary, and Robbins Elementary present new revised school plans to this board no later than June of 2023.
Is there a second?
Could we up the date on that?
You just gave them more time than what we just voted against, right?
Okay,
Am I
or
incorrect?
just one second. Technically, I have a motion.
I'm sorry.
I need a second on the motion. Is there a second for his motion?
You can have a
Hearing-
second for purposes of of letting the motion be on the floor for discussion.
Yes.
Okay.
If anybody
Okay.
wants.
Yes,
I
you
second.
can.
Second, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So now let's discuss the
To answer
motion.
your question, Shannon, so two things. One is I said no later than, and
Right.
I'm happy to, we can certainly amend it and say, the motion can be amended to move that up as we see fit. But the big change was, rather than them just reporting back progress, we're requiring a new plan to be submitted. That's the significant difference. The timeline, I just wanted to give them adequate time, but, whether it's April or June, I just want to see a new plan from the ground up, not just copy and paste the old plan.
I misunderstood, I guess, I thought that's what we were doing in April by the end of the third quarter initially.
No, that was
not-
just,
It's
that was
kind
just
of-
a
kind of what we were
report. That
doing,
was just
yeah.
a report on the
Right.
progress. There was no revised plan under the revised motion. There was the plan as it exists. Under the old motion, it was the plan as it exists with no changes and no changes required, and just a report on the progress.
Okay,
This motion,
want it- I
this motion
understand.
is a new plan.
okay.
And if the board doesn't feel that's aggressive enough, then by all means amend it and let's make it next week,
Well,
So I have a,
Okay,
I have a
all right,
question.
all right, look, one at a time.
I
Ms.
have a-
Caldwell.
I have a question, and I know you want to speak. My question is that when you do a new plan for June, what are they following now? So are they following the old plan? Are they following the plan that they're discussing? I don't understand this new plan till June because it's not going to help them at all this school year. Is the new plan for next year? There's so many white spaces there.
So
Okay,
I
all
would,
right, I think that's a point of information. I'll
Yeah.
direct it to Mr. Hensley.
Yes.
I would assume that they're continuing under, well, we're approving this plan, right? So my motion, we're approving this plan, so they operate under this new plan with the requirement that they come back with a new plan no
For-
later than June.
For next
Well,
year?
it'll become effective as soon as we approve that. Or it goes through the wickets at the North Carolina DPI.
All right, further discussion on the, on Mr. Hensley's motion.
I have one more, sorry, and I'm just trying to clarify it in my head. Because what we were voting on earlier, to my knowledge, was kind of that way, but because it's a living, breathing document, so it's not like it's gonna stop them from changing it anyhow. They can change it tomorrow if they wanted to. It's a breathing document. So that's the reason why I voted for that, for the review of that, is because they can say, hey, yeah, we did X, Y, and Z, and it was not working, we changed it, and this is the results of why we changed it. And this is what we're putting in action, and we see a great deal of, this is what's going on here at our school. And that's the update that I was expecting that we would have by June. And that's why I voted for that. And I'm assuming that's kind of where we were. But you want to totally revamp the whole thing and have a new one okay, I get it. I think I had to talk it out. I think I understand now.
All right, further discussion. Seeing no further.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
may I bring something to your attention?
Please.
The looking at the guidelines on this, dealing with the duration, amendments, and revisions of plans. This is what the guidelines say. School improvement plan shall remain in effect for no more than 2 years. However, the school improvement team may amend the plan as often as necessary or appropriate. If at any time, any part of a school improvement plan becomes unlawful or the local board finds that a school improvement plan is impeding student performance, the local board may vacate the relevant portion of the plan and direct the school to revise that portion. Okay? The procedures set out in this subsection shall apply to amendments and revisions in school improvement plans. Changes to an accepted school improvement plan, for instance, a change to strategies for a particular goal, do not have to be resubmitted to the local board for approval. So you do have the opportunity, if you find that the school improvement plan is impeding progress, to vacate and direct that a new portion be developed.
So in other words, so let me ask this further. So if we don't, I'm still curious as to whether we can demand a brand-new plan.
Well, he answered that in the first sentence. The school improvement plans are in effect for no more than 2 years. We'll approve Southern Pines and Aberdeens and Robbins for 6 months. That was the
Well,
opening
no,
statement, is they're in effect no more than 2 years.
Yeah, but I think what that means is you can't go more than 2 years without redoing a new one.
But you can
But you
also, you
revise it
can
at
also
any time.
have,
Yeah.
if we had an update, we could state that this is not meeting the plans
Right.
of the, of the students, therefore, we want to change it. Am I right?
Yes, or you can, the other thing that you can do is, you can go to the, you can reject it and go through the process of the local board discussing with the school, the process to resolve any disagreements in the plan.
Yeah, but we would have to do that now. In other words, I'm trying to get my head around demanding a new plan in 3 months. Was to whether that, and I actually share Mr. Hensley's misgivings about these plans. I'm trying to figure out what's legal, all right? And I just don't know whether we can pass a plan and then demand a plan in 6 months. Maybe we can say that this plan only will last for 6 months. Maybe that's an answer. But I'm not so sure that we can, that this motion as it sits is something we can do. Am I wrong?
We can revise it.
Ultimately, the board has the authority to develop a school improvement plan for the school, if the board disagrees. The plan, the way this whole thing is set up is, the plan comes up from the school, it's developed through the whole process with the school improvement team. But ultimately, the statute says that you go through this, if you disagree, you go through this process to resolve disagreements, but if there's no request to use that process by either the school or the board, either one can ask for it, then the local board may develop a school improvement plan for the school. But the General Assembly urges the local board to utilize the school's proposed school improvement plan to the maximum extent possible when developing such a plan. So the ultimate authority rests with the board, but the whole structure of this is that it starts at the school level and comes up to the board, as opposed to the board imposing it from the get-go. But the ultimate authority does rest with the board. You're supposed to go through this process to resolve disagreements. Either the board or the school can ask for that if you don't approve the plan. If you approve the plan, I think you can ask for the school to make amendments.
So, Mr. Chair, I think we're making this unduly complicated. I go back to the very first thing that Mr. Schwartz said, school improvement programs will last for plans will last up to 2 years. There's no minimum duration for them, so I think my motion stands that we pass them with the condition that those three school improvement programs are only in effect for 6 months, and we expect them to come back with, they expire, and they have to come back with new ones,
Okay,
because.
all right. That was not exactly your motion.
Okay, well.
Are you changing the
I
motion to
I
say that?
withdraw my motion, and I make a motion that the school improvement programs be approved as submitted with the caveat that Southern Pines Elementary, Aberdeen Elementary, and Robbins Elementary's plans are only in effect for 6 months.
Okay, now, so who was the second on that original motion?
That was
Colleen.
Shannon.
Shannon,
For conversation, it
for
was.
conversation, okay. Do you agree to his withdrawal of his original motion?
Yes.
Okay, now, we have a second motion by Mr. Hensley on the floor. Is there a second to that motion? No, he seconds it. Okay, discussion on Mr. Hensley's motion.
Question.
Yes,
We'll still be submitting them to the state within 2 days to make requirements. Am I correct on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Everything else will
Okay.
happen.
Yes.
My concern, oh, I'm sorry,
Yes,
you're not done.
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I
What's
have
that?
to think it.
No, you're good. You're good. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
You're
Um,
not, don't be apologize.
And within 6 months, they're gonna present the new and improved. We'll have the time as Mr. Attorney, I'm so sorry, I don't know your name yet,
Richard Schwartz.
Schwartz. The specific things that we're not in agreement on, we'll communicate out. That's, yeah.
okay.
It sounds like a good
Mr.
idea.
Schwartz, what is the motion as you understand it?
The motion is that we approve the school improvement plans as presented with the caveat that Southern Pines Elementary, Aberdeen Elementary, and Robbins Elementary Schools plans only be in effect for 6 months, which would take them to June 7th, the end of the school year.
Okay, so that is the motion. It has been made and seconded. Further discussion on the motion.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
Yes.
I don't agree with it, and that's only because, they don't know what your issues are with the plan. And the only questions that they may have is, what are they trying to redo? Oh, wait, 1 second. Let me just finish and then you can go. What are they trying to redo? That would be a question. Another thing would be is, they have this plan in effect for 6 months, and guess what? It's working. Everything's going great. So that now they're coming back to you and they're saying, okay, we gotta do a new plan, but we don't know what to do because everything that we're doing, and this is just hypothetical, but everything that we're doing is working. So to me, I still believe that it's an ongoing revision. So approving them all, revising it would be the best alternative for all these schools.
Okay, now, Mr. Benway.
I concur with that approach, because I think that if we're gonna place limitations on these three schools, they deserve our guidance on what we expect to be correct.
So let me address
Okay,
that.
okay.
Let me address-
Mr. Hensley.
Let me address that. So the law requires, if we reject a plan, we have to state the very specific reasons why we're rejecting it. We are not rejecting these plans. We are, hold on, we're accepting these plans. But the very next thing on the agenda is we're gonna stand up committees, and one of the committees is the Curriculum and Media Committee, and I would fully expect that that committee and the board members working on that committee to specifically state and work with those schools on what the issues are with their school improvement plans.
Okay.
Or we can spend the next 3 hours on this.
No, just
Way more. Way more
wait,
time.
just wait. Who wants to speak next? Is it Mr. Benway?
Yeah,
Yes.
one response to that. I think that it's gonna take that committee some time to come up with the guidance, if you will. That pushes the whole problem down the road a bit, I think. So, because essentially we're taking away from the time the schools have to respond to that guidance. So I think we need to define a timeline for the guidance provided and adjust the response from the schools accordingly.
The way that you would
Okay,
do that
well,
is you
wait
would
a
amend my
second.
motion.
Does
If you want to
anybody
amend
else?
the motion.
Go ahead, David.
No, I'm just pointing out to a new board member, if you want to modify the motion, then what you do is you do an amendment to modify,
Yeah.
and and that's seconded, and then it's voted upon. That's the correct way to do it.
Okay.
If you feel that strongly about it, or if you just want to make a statement and then it's considered, and then, you know, my motion is voted up or down, that's the other approach.
I would amend that motion to include the board, via its committees, providing guidance for those schools to revise, to use in revision of their plans, and to establish a timeline for each of those.
If, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
may I
Mr.
offer
Locklear.
a little bit of information? I think certainly can work it through committees. I would just note that you know, the administration of our school district is and, you know, I work with you to do that with our staff as superintendent. You know, I do that. And so I would suggest that we coordinate that through me. We can coordinate whether that's with the committees or whether that be direct feedback from you that I'm then sharing with the teams. But I think if we're talking about the committee work, I think it would be very helpful to have at least representatives of those teams in those committee meetings, working with you, having those conversations, giving you more context, if you will, around what that strategy means or what it meant to them or what they're doing with it, and is it effective, is it not. So again, it's just being mindful that comes through me as superintendent to administer with the district, and I'll work actively to facilitate that with you.
Okay, just to let you know, if this is passed, I would intend to just refer the matter to the curriculum committee for further action and to do what is appropriate. We would have under those circumstances these improvement plans. They would be in effect for 6 months, and hopefully the committee within that timeline would do something and communicate something and coordinate a new plan with those particular schools during that 6-month period of time. And then, of course, we would have to bring it back before the board, but it would be my intent to do that. But I believe.
Reinstate the whole thing again?
Pardon?
Can we reinstate it, what we're voting on exactly again?
Okay, all right, just with your indulgence, let me
Mr. Schwartz.
ask the attorney, restate the motion if you would.
Okay, you have a main motion, you had a motion to amend that motion that failed to get a second.
Correct.
So that's, there's no second to Mr. Benway's motion to amend the motion. So the main motion from Mr. Hensley, which was seconded by Mr. Benway, is that we approve the school improvement plans as presented with the caveat that Southern Pines Elementary School, Aberdeen Elementary School, and Robbins Elementary School's plans only be in effect for 6 months.
Okay. Now, I have a motion on the floor, okay? Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1? There are 2 hands.
There's 2 hands.
I saw that,
We may be rookies,
you know,
but not that
but, you know, we
I
have
got
to have
2 legs,
election,
too.
we have to have election integrity here at the Board of Education. Okay, so the motion of Mr. Hensley passes. Okay, next, well, let me see here. It is now 12:30.
Mr. Chairman.
And so I think we need to take a break for lunch. We do have some lunch here. Yes, I know Mr. Hensley may have something to say about that. Okay, all right. So I'm going to declare a recess for lunch, half an hour. Does that work?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll say 1 o'clock. as he can. So we're going to declare the board meeting back in session. Okay? The next order of business is the appointment of committees. Everyone has before them a list of committees, which I am going to appoint. These include the Budget and Finance Committee, Construction and Maintenance Committee, and the like. And there are names on there. Does anybody, so I've tried to have you guys look at this prior. Does anybody have any questions about it? I don't intend to read the whole thing. Okay? If not, those committees will stand appointed, and they'll be made part of the record. If anybody wants to switch or something like that later on, let me know. But those will be the committee assignments. Okay. Next.
Moving right along.
Yes, moving right along here. There is attached to your agenda is a proposed Parents' Bill of Rights. Okay, that is very, very important to me because it places parents first and gives them a say-so in our in the running of their children's education. It also protects parents so that they will know such things that they need to know, including things about the mental status of their children, including should their child be wanting to be called by a different name than his given name and the like, or maybe it should be making mental or other types of transitions that parents have a right to know. What I'm going to do with that, based on my abilities here, is I am going to refer that over to the
Policy Committee?
yes, I'm just looking to make sure I've got it here correctly. Yes, over to the Policy Committee, and the Policy Committee will amend it, do what it needs to, bring it back, or the like. Okay, any questions?
I have two quick questions.
Yes.
One is this substantially the same Parent Bill of Rights that was introduced in the previous General Assembly?
House Bill 755.
It has some of 755 in it. It also has the rights which were made part of the Virginia model policies.
Okay.
Okay,
So it's a
that's
hybrid.
Governor Youngkin's model policies. So there are a combination of both of those things are in here.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
my second question is for Mr. Schwartz, and I suspect this will be vetted even more closely at the Policy Committee, but have you had an opportunity to review this?
Briefly, yes.
And is there anything that jumps out at you that's objectionable from a legal standpoint?
Yeah, there's quite a bit, actually, that I would suggest needs review.
Okay, well, you guys could work that out in the
yeah.
Policy Committee.
Yeah, and let me just tell you, there's some things that are, I think, vague, there's some things that are overly broad, there's some things that are, that need to be tweaked in order to mesh with other policies or other laws. House Bill 755 had a lot of that.
Enabling legislation.
Yeah, that didn't pass. But the last version of House Bill 755 had a lot of the protections built in that would mesh better with state and federal law. So I would be looking to House Bill 755 to make some tweaks in this.
Okay, awesome. On the face of it, I think it's wonderful. I think these are the type of protections we need for our parents. Obviously, you're going to work all
Yes,
these issues
yes.
out in committee, so I look forward to it.
Yes, and I've had some preliminary discussions with council about it. That's one of the reasons why we send these things to committee, because this is a first draft. And clearly, the lawyer has to look at it and figure out whether everything is legal.
Yeah.
And once we get something which is legal, although, I don't know, maybe, I don't know what council's personal opinion is, one way or another, but at least we'll get something which is legal, and then we'll bring it back to the board to see if the board favors it or disfavors it.
So we're just, I'm sorry, we're just voting on whether it's gonna go to the policy committee or not?
No, actually, you're
Monday,
not
right?
even voting on that.
Okay,
I'm just presenting it to the board, and I am, as chair, I get to refer things to committee.
Okay, because
And
it's
so
under
I'm
pending
referring it to
action.
the policy committee. Pardon?
It's under pending action, so that's why,
Oh. Well.
And pending action and discussion.
There is no action which I intend to take.
Okay.
On this. I
Okay.
simply intend to refer it to committee.
okay.
Okay. All right. All right, so our next item of business is the proposal to rename McDee's Creek Elementary School. And there is attached to our agenda, I believe, a countervailing policy to that. But I want to turn it over to Mr. Hensley so he can explain to us what he wants to do, and then possibly refer that to committee.
Okay, everyone, so if Mr. Batchelor would pull up the brief that I prepared. And why that's happening, I understand that there's, a school naming policy and some stuff. Perfect. So, just real quick, in response to Mr. Levy's comment, yes, there's issues that are gonna have to be worked out, as you're gonna see at the end of this presentation. That's why we're gonna refer it to a committee, so that anything that is identified that needs to happen, if there's a policy change or whatever, then that will be identified at the time. Okay, so, Mr. Batchelor, next slide, please. So, Master Sergeant Chapman, United States Air Force, was a combat controller with the 24th Special Tactics Squadron aboard, actually at the Aberdeen they're located at the Aberdeen Training Facility aboard Fort Bragg. Master Sergeant Chapman was unfortunately killed in Afghanistan on 4 March 2002. And Master Sergeant Chapman was, his widow, Valerie, was posthumously awarded Master Sergeant Chapman's Medal of Honor on 22 August 2018. I had a copy of Master Sergeant Chapman's citation to pass out to everyone on the board, but unfortunately I overwrote the file name, so I don't have that available. But as I'm sure everyone here knows, the Medal of Honor is America's highest honor for valor. It is actually the highest award that one can receive in the United States of America. And Master Sergeant Chapman was one of several recent Medal of Honor recipients with ties to the local community. The only one that was not awarded posthumously was Sergeant Major Payne, who we were fortunate enough to do the coin toss at Pinecrest opening football game this season, which was quite awesome. So, okay, next slide, please. Justification, so, I believe that, right there, Moore County needs to honor those with ties to our community who are recipients of our nation's highest honor. I mean, there is no higher honor. It promotes citizenship within Moore County schools. As I've heard many, many times, many of our students, faculty, and staff are military connected. Master Sergeant Chapman's widow, Valerie, and her family is in full support of this. I would not have moved forward without talking to Valerie and ensuring that she was supportive of this. And in addition to that, the entire combat controller community is in support of this, and they are chomping at the bit. They are eager to join in our efforts to rename McDee's Creek. They are ready to raise money. They have talked to actually living legends who want to be members of this committee and corporate heads who want to help finance this. So, anyway, Master Sergeant Chapman's widow and his fellow airmen and his fellow soldiers and everybody that served with him and know of him are willing to roll up their sleeves and pitch in on this effort. Next slide, please. So a couple tenets, and I just, kind of threw this out in between flickering lights, over the last day. An important thing is the renaming a memorial will use no more county school funds. Our educational funds are precious, and they need to be focused on educational use and facilities. So we are prepared to raise all the money from private industry or whatever to conduct this. The scope of the renaming is to be determined. It could be as simple as just renaming the school and putting up a plaque. Or, we could do a heroic statue. By the way, a heroic statue isn't a statue of heroes. A lion statue can be heroic. Heroic is 150% of life size. It's a scale. It's a way of describing a scale of a statue. They are making a movie about Master Sergeant Chapman and his life and his action. It's going to be very similar to, I assume, the movie, The Last Full Measure, about the Air Force PJ who was a recipient of the Congressional Medal of Honor in Vietnam. They are making, this is a Hollywood movie. Valerie is an advisor on that. So, we could do things such as have the world premiere of the movie at Master Sergeant Chapman's elementary school with all of the living Medal of Honor recipients there, and then we could just have a parade down the streets of Southern Pines. My point is that the scope of this is limited only by our imagination, availability of funds, and of course appropriateness. And the goal, and this might be a bit ambitious, but if you want to put a stake in the ground, the goal would be dedication no later than Veterans Day 2023. Again, that might be a bit too ambitious depending upon the scope. So, there's a lot of unknowns. What I will be asking for next week is that we, if you go to the next one, please, is that we pass a resolution directing the renaming of McDeeds Creek Elementary. By the way, I don't know this for a fact, but I just kind of know where most military people live and, this and that. I suspect McDeeds Creek, in addition to being one of our newer schools, I suspect it is also the school that has our highest density of military-related children, connected children. I don't know that for a fact, but, that has gone through my mind when I was deciding which school to rename. Anyway, so I'm going to ask the board next week that we pass a resolution directing the renaming of McDeeds Creek Elementary to the Master Sergeant John Chapman Elementary, and that we establish a committee, probably under, it could be a separate committee or it could be under the Facilities Committee, to study and oversee the implementation of the renaming. The committee will consist of members of the Moore County School Board, members of the central office, and the community. And one very important thing I left off here is don't forget that we have an Air Force Junior ROTC program. So wouldn't it be wonderful to invite those young men and women, those young people that are members of our Air Force Junior ROTC to participate in this committee and be part of this historical moment. So that's it.
Okay. Now, there are some procedural problems. I'm actually in favor of this, but there are some procedural problems. First of all, we would need, in order for such a motion to be in order, we would have to have a policy change. So the first thing I'm going to do is I am going to refer this matter to the policy committee for a policy change to allow us to name schools. Currently, we can't name schools after people. It's part of our policy, all right? In practical terms, the policy committee could meet between now and Monday, but that would, a policy needs to be vetted through the attorney's office.
So,
Any change? Yeah.
let me change. So what I'll propose next week is we pass a motion exploring the possibility of renaming, and then all the actions that are required by the policy committee and this and that can be done in the subsequent months. So if we pass a resolution directing exploring the rename, then all the things you described can happen, and then once those are in place, then we can pass a resolution directing the renaming.
Okay, so what you want to have done is simply that this matter go over to our business meeting on Monday? Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, then we'll do that.
And the motion, if it is.
It'll be an action motion, you'll present the motion
Right.
on Monday.
Yeah, to explore the renaming. If you say we can't do the motion because it's in violation of the policy, then my motion will be that we begin the exploration of the renaming.
Right, because what I would intend to do would be to send the policy issue to the policy committee.
Yep.
Okay, which requires, once we get a new policy, that requires 2 meetings. And my tentative timeline for that would be our work session in January and our business session in January
Sure.
to change the policy.
Yep.
I would also be referring it to, it's your construction committee, aren't you the chair of that committee?
Yep.
Right? So that you can make a proposal as to what you need constructed, what you need done, et cetera. Okay? So,
But
I have
Yes.
concerns, if I
Yes,
can
yes.
voice them.
But
go ahead.
council have something to say? Did I hear something? Okay.
A lot of what you're talking about is administrative in nature. It may be that you might want to consider referring this to the administration for study of the concept
No.
and come back with what needs to be changed in terms of
No.
policy or what
No,
would.
that's what the committees will work on.
Okay. All right, well, that's gonna be part of your resolution, and we'll, if there is a meaningful debate on that question, that's what we have business meetings for. Okay? But go ahead. Ms.
Concerns.
Caldwell.
I have a few concerns. First off is, to me, we have that policy in place because we have so many military families that live here now, and even some homegrown ones that have, that are in the military. How do we decide, how are we the ones to decide who goes on a school and who doesn't? And I think that's why we name libraries and we name cafeterias and street names and so on and so forth. I think that's why we have that policy in place, because me in my head just thinking now, I mean, there's someone from, my husband's unit that died, and he has 4 children in the school system, and they've been here a very long time, I think since 2001. And, I just think you're opening a can of worms when you're just picking and choosing who you want to have a school system named after. I don't think it's fair to others, and it may be even disrespectful to others who have tried in the past and, and got denied. I do agree totally with naming something, if you think it's important to name something after, like I said, a cafeteria or what have you, or a library, actually. My other concern is if it was somebody also that lived in Moore County, his parents are from Moore County, that would be something even to consider as well. I mean, they're a pillar in this community. They've done so much for the community. I get that's why you want to name a school after somebody, because of that, just like Robert E. Lee. He's not a general. He was actually a pillar in this community.
He was, for the record, so everybody listening, he was the superintendent of schools when I was a child. This is
Right.
not the general. Lee.
Right. And that's good to have history on that as well, right?
And ironically, Superintendent Robert E. Lee is the man who integrated Moore County schools.
Yeah, but go ahead, Ms. Caldwell.
Okay, and so to me, I just don't think it's very, and it's such a, and I want to honor Mr. Chapman's, his family, in any way possible, and and it is such a fine line, because you don't want to I don't want to disrespect that family in any way, and I'm trying not to, I don't want to. We also need to think too that McDeeds Creek, you know, the parents there need to have a voice. So we need to have a public forum and what those parents think of, because, you know, a lot of kids own that school. Like, they're proud to be, you know, they're proud to be a Bull. They're proud to be from McDeeds Creek, and they own up to that. And I think that, you know, if we weren't to have a public forum about the pros and cons of that, I think that would be very disrespectful to that school. And have we talked to the principal about this? Have we sat down with her and discussed any of this as well? There's just so many different components than just going to the policy committee and changing it and saying, okay, this is what we're doing. I think we need to involve the community in this, and I think, you know, and I understand, you know, I understand where you're coming from, David. I just think there's just more to it than just changing a policy and saying, yes, we're doing it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I am all for this. I think honoring him, first of all, how many other people do we have that are Medal of Honor winners? Very few. And by honoring him, I believe we are honoring all our military, all our community. We owe so much to these people, and I think this is just one small way to repay it, to show gratitude, to show appreciation to all our military families.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, this will be as an action item on the Monday meeting for David's resolution. Okay. The valedictorians and salutatorians. Go ahead, David.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, yes.
If I could, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, you want to say something? Yes, sir.
and then I'll hand it off to you, Mr. Hensley, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry, I thought he was going out of order. I was, but he's correct, I'm sorry. I was not talking about my agenda item.
Oh, okay,
I
all
thought
right.
he was going out of order.
Okay, are you talking about the McDeeds Creek thing?
No, sir, no,
Okay.
sir, I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
continue.
Moving on.
Valedictorian thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, first, since it's Mr. Hensley's proposal, let's have Mr. Hensley introduce it, and then you can comment on it. Would
Well-
that be okay?
It's,
So
I just wanted to add the background, that's all.
Okay,
correct.
well, let's have Mr. Hensley introduce it.
I defer to the superintendent.
Okay, so he defers.
And that's why I was apologizing for interrupting. No, I defer
Okay,
to the
all right, then
superintendent.
that's fine.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Hensley. Mr. Hensley did request that we bring this item back, which is the reconsideration of reinstating, or the consideration for reinstating valedictorians and salutatorians back into our process for recognitions for seniors as they graduate. I did ask Dr. Metcalf, and we have Ms. Fall with us as well. Thanks for being here, Kate. Kate is our Director of Planning, Accountability, and Research for our new board members. She's a musician, to say the least, in data and student records, et cetera, and we appreciate Kate's work. But we did want to give just a little background information about why this happened a few years ago, what the reasoning behind it, why we explored this with our community, parent community, student community, and got feedback from them, and why we transitioned from valedictorian salutatorian to a Latin honors system. So, you know, briefly highlighting the work, Mike, there's a lot of information back here, but briefly highlighting the why, and then hand it back over to Mr. Hensley, if that's okay.
That's fine, go ahead.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Dr. Locker. Yes, this agenda item reflects back to 2018, and I've shared some of the documents from that board meeting back in 2018. On the bottom, it's related to this topic, the impact of new state regulations and high school graduate recognitions, our presentation, some background information, as well as a review of the senior class recognitions that the board asked us to do back in 2021. So we've linked that all there for your review when you've got it. I don't want to bring those documents and go through all that, but I did want to reflect back to 2018 and why this was brought to the board at that time and the discussion that they had. It was really as a result of the implementation of NC State Board of Education policy, Grad 009, which occurred in 2015. That changed the way grades were computed from a 10-point grading scale, which The previous method had been calculating GPA points from an augmented grading scale, and Kate is our expert on that, and she can talk about what that meant. But that change, in essence, caused class rankings to become less delineated. It created the potential for a higher number of students to qualify for valedictorian and salutatorian. So ultimately, we were concerned that we might have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 students who might qualify to be the top student at a particular school, senior class of valedictorian or salutatorian. We wanted to bring that to the board's attention. We did that in 2018. We had a fire team working on what our options were that were available to us, and there were a number of options that were discussed. That fire team included teachers, guidance staff, parents, students, some school-based administrators. We brought and got discussion from our teacher advisory committees, some district and school-based student and parent advisory committees, and ultimately, after looking at a number of different options that were available to us, the board at that time did recommend and approve the move to the honors recognition system with a 3-year phase-in process. That way, students who were desirous of valedictorian and were in our schools at that time, we would phase it in, and we had a process in place to do that, which was included in those related documents. I will say that the current practice is outlined in the parent-student handbook. I've included that for you here as well. The summa cum, the magna cum, and the cum laude qualifications, as well as how we select graduation speakers around that. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of background on that process. It was, as I noted, a 2-year process with a number of different options made available to the board to select and discuss, and feedback from all our community groups. Kate, do you want to briefly describe the issue with the grad 009?
Sure. Previously, the school district had the ability to determine if we wanted to use an augmented scale, which would be, if a student got a 98, for example, that would be a 4.0. But if they got a 95, which is still an A, it's worth a 3.875. This policy, grad 009, dictated that an A is an A is an A. So anything between a 90 and a 100 is going to be a 4.0. An 89 down to an 80 would be a 3.0. And so therefore, students who are taking essentially the same courses at essentially the same level, and therefore scoring essentially the same grade, all could have potentially the same GPA. There's not as much delineation because an A is an A.
So it came to the board in 2018. The board made the decision at that point, and we're here today.
Okay,
All right, yes.
I have a presentation, Mr. Bachelor.
While you're loading that up, is the college, they're under what kind of graduation? Like what are they doing
They do
valedictorians?
the Latin honors.
So they're doing what we're
colleges.
doing right
Yeah.
now? Okay.
Yeah.
So the very first thing I'd say is, right before I gave you a copy to post here, I had misspelled academic, and I'm glad I corrected that. Otherwise, I would never live that down. So here I am announcing it, right, because integrity above all else. So I went back and watched many of those shows, so I'm very familiar, or many of those board meetings, so I'm very familiar with what transpired. So let me begin by saying valedictorians and salutatorians are academia's highest honor. Let me say that again. Just like the Congressional Medal of Honor is this nation's highest honor, academia's highest honor, which is rich in history and tradition, is valedictorians and salutatorians. And I have to say that I am absolutely shocked and appalled, and this is no indictment of you guys, but academia across the nation has just thrown that aside in the name of equity and social justice and all this other stuff. And it's really a shame that academia would throw away its highest honor just like that. Anyway, it's just, by the way, I mean, you're going to see this in a minute. Well, right there, eliminated by the previous school board. But they notably kept the principal of the year and the teacher of the year and put their names on plaques right outside here. I can go out here and see a plaque of the principal of the year and the teacher of the year, but no valedictorians and salutatorians. So It is unsatisfactory that we do not recognize our highest academic achievers. The other thing that I would say is, as I have traveled around and visited the schools in the last few weeks, the comment that I most frequently get, in fact, I was in Pinecrest for 5 minutes, a total of 5 minutes last week, and in those 5 minutes, two high-ranking administrators came up to me unsolicited and said, I want to thank you for reinstating valedictorians and salutatorians. That is the most common comment I get next to restoring discipline and respect for teachers. So valedictorians and salutatorians are 100% based upon objective measurement. One thing that I didn't cover, because I didn't take the time to look it up in the student handbook, but there is, and I forget exactly what it is, but there is someone who could be selected to speak representing the class, but that is not based upon objective measurements. I'll be ready to discuss this next week. It's based upon a vote of faculty. So what academia did is they got rid of their highest honor steeped in history and tradition, and they replaced it with a method where they honor a student voted on by the faculty, 100% subjective. Too hard to calculate. We have a central office full of PhDs, master degrees. We have expertise everywhere, and it was too hard to calculate. I am sorry, but we just must try harder. And I'm not an academician, but on the next slide, I will show you, a proposed method. So as I kind of jumped ahead, valedictorians and salutatorians were replaced with two things. A, Latin honors, which is really a fancy name for the Dean's Honor Roll, which, by the way, the Dean's Honor Roll always existed. And Latin honors is not mutually exclusive to having valedictorians and salutatorians. In fact, they've always been in parallel, but when I watched the meetings, everyone always acted like it was one or the other, when in fact they always existed together in harmony. And then finally, the class representative, they talked about it earlier, who could speak at the commencement, wasn't based upon objective measurements. It's a selected subjective vote on by the faculty. So if you want to talk about equity and fairness is not replacing an objective system steeped in history and tradition with something that's done at the whims and votes of faculty members. Next slide, please. So, I obviously already discussed this a little bit, but competition breeds excellence. That's why we have teams, and that's why we have competition. Competition inspires others. You do away with, if there weren't if there weren't football playoffs, why would a football team strive to be the best? If there wasn't a spelling bee that people advance up to the state, the local, state, and national level, why would people really want to, devote themselves to learning how to study? It's the same thing with academics. We need to recognize and celebrate our highest academic achievers, not hide them off at some dinner that's poorly attended. Those people need to be recognized. They need to be recognized at their commencement ceremony. And as you see up there, their names need to be immortalized. Let me say that again. Their names to be immortalized by displaying their names in perpetuity in both their high school and the central office. It's actually embarrassing to me that we immortalize the name of our teachers of the year and our principals of the year, but make no mention at all of our highest academic achievers. That's because principals and teachers want that on their resume. But no thought is given to our highest academic achievers. It's unsatisfactory. We're in the business of education, and we need to recognize those students who work tirelessly, work nights, work weekends to be the highest performing students. But the previous school board just eliminated it. Just poof, gone, sorry. That is unsatisfactory. We're going to fix that. Next slide, please. So next week, I plan on introducing a motion, and, you know, it will either pass or fail, requiring the reinstatement of valedictorians and salutatorians this academic year. And then further directing that the superintendent provide the board a plan for our approval based upon the following tenets, and anything else you identify, Dr. Locklear. These are just things off the top of my head. It needs to be 100% objective measurement. There will be no administrators with their thumbs on the scale. There'll be no subjective votes. It will be 100% objective measurement. An example, weighted GPA. And then if there's a tie, which we expect there will be, then you go on to something else. And the next tiebreaker could be non-weighted GPA, or it could be SAT scores, or it could be extracurricular activities and having them weighted accordingly. But this is not too hard to calculate. The issue was that the previous school board didn't want it calculated because this is not insurmountable. So my requirements, and I think the requirements of the school board, are 100% objective measurement. 2, valedictorians and salutatorians will be offered speaking places at their respective commencements. And obviously their speeches would be subject to review and, you know, other things that you would normally do when you have a student given a commencement address. I assume you'd want to see what they're going to say. And then finally, names on plaques in both their high school and in the central office. I will be proud to walk outside here and see plaques of our principals of the year, our teachers of the year, and the salutatorians and valedictorians of each of our high schools. And that the names on those plaques go back as far as the names of the principal of the year and the teacher of the year plaques currently in the central office. So that is my presentation.
Okay. So any further discussion on that?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Say we have 5 valedictorians, how are we going to decide who's going to speak?
There are no 5 valedictorians. You go by weighted GPA, and if there's a tie, then you go to the next discriminator. And in this proposal, and look, this may or may not be right, the next discriminator is non-weighted GPA. And if there's still a tie, then it's SAT scores. And if there's still a tie, then we go to, weighted, extracurricular activities.
The only issue I have with that is that, say you have a student that worked their tail off and they're a bad test taker and their SAT scores were horrible, or they just didn't want to take the SATs, which obviously if they're working their butt off, they're going to take them. But there's a horrible test taker, their SATs are bad, and then they just lost that, but they've worked their tail off to be a valedictorian. So that would be my only
There will be
concern on
predefined
that too.
criteria. I watched Northmore fumble on the 3-yard line, and that was really horrible, and that sucked, but that's just the way that went,
And I think when you talk about the previous school board, I mean, obviously I was part of that. The reason why I voted for it back then, simply because it went along with the college. And it was just, to me, it seemed like that was the best solution due to the colleges weighing the same type of GPA that we are weighing in, so it's just an easier transition. It had nothing to do with me giving up on anybody.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the transition to Sand Hills Community College. I hope that we inspire. I'm shocked to learn that Sand Hills Community College doesn't have valedictorians. I hope UNC and NC State do, but if not,
I
hopefully
think they're all in Latin, aren't they?
Well, again, look, right, but that's my point. All they did is they renamed the Dean's Honor List, which has always existed. And hopefully this will inspire a movement of reversing the error of eliminating academia's highest honor, because that was a mistake. It was a mistake.
So what are the cons? If I was to say we're doing it tomorrow, it's past, we're doing it, what would be the cons that you guys see as administrators?
Well, I will say this, this was one of the options that was brought to the board in 2018, not the plaques piece of it.
Right.
But in terms of finding another way to delineate if there was a tie. And I will say that there are other districts across North Carolina, many did what we did and moved to the Latin Some have done this as well. Some of our neighboring districts have done this, where they have a system in place to do this. I will say, as I reflect back to that time in 2018, what brought this to the attention was the change in the regulation and our concerns around that, and the need to at least do something different, whether it was adding a further delineation or what it might be. But the feedback from the groups, and I would say, and Kate, you were a part of that as Assistant Director of PAR at that time. We met with many groups over a 2-year period, from school personnel to parent groups, both at the school levels, all 3 of our comprehensive high school levels, to our students, to students who were competing for Val-Sal at that time, to their parents who were a part of that, and other parents too. I mean, we went through a comprehensive process at that time, and I was surprised, frankly. I was surprised, because the feedback, and I think our board was, this was a lot of discussion with the board, or some discussion with the board. The feedback from from every group was that we needed to move on from the grade GPA hunting, and that it past its time. Honestly, that was the feedback that we received from all those groups. I think there were several reasons why they felt that way. It limited, students felt it became very, very competitive, as you would expect it to be.
Which it should be.
And students felt like they then became limited in courses that they might take. They might be interested in some of the career technical education or vocational
They didn't want to run their
courses.
GPA.
They might be interested, and because of the way they were weighted, it limited them in making those choices, because they had made the choice to compete. You heard over and over again that friendships break, that it was anxiety, that it felt like it was unhealthy. I was surprised by that, frankly. Neither one of my children at the time were competing for Val or Sal, so I had no real experience with that, other than as an outsider, and some as a principal, but not to that level. I was surprised with the feedback. I think the board at that time heard that, and that was part of the decision making, was that, quite honestly, health and welfare of the students and the feedback from the field of all those different groups. Can debate whether that decision needs to be reversed or not, but that was some of the conversation that was had around the table, and what we heard over a 2-year process.
I'd agree.
David, would you be open to having a survey, a parent survey online, to see what people thought, or you just are,
No.
no?
I do have a question.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
yeah, no, I'm done. Yeah, I just was curious if he was open to that or
So
not.
I understand about the 10-point grade scale change, augmented versus the standardized. Is there not a way for us to track? To me, an A is not accurate, because a 90A is not near as perfection as a 100A plus. So do we have the capability of seeing who is making the 99s and the 100s versus the 90s?
Not in something that already exists, but it is something, we could hand calculate that. We'd have to pull the top performers' scales, and we'd have to delineate that way, and we'd have to hand calculate, but it's something that could be done.
It could be part of the process of
And
delineation for the
it
small
certainly
number.
should.
Like,
To me, that's valedictorian is the 100s, and the 99s and 100s. It does, I guess it is a concern if you're doing a CTE class, or so you want to do something like that it doesn't count as much. I don't think we should have that count against them in any way if we, at all possible.
And to your point, Shannon, that's why I just threw a proposal
Yeah.
out there, and I will defer to the experts. I look forward to their recommendations, and, maybe the non-weighted GPA is the way to go, because then people are free. But,
Right.
those are options that
Yeah, I don't wanna tie-
professionals can kick around.
Part of our policy or part of our mission is that we're encouraging career, college, or
Military.
military.
Yep.
So I certainly would not want to punish or not recognize someone who does want to go into a
Well,
career
you know,
field.
that brings up a good point, because in conjunction with this, I don't know if we made it policy or not. Are we still recognizing, is that informal regulation or policy that we recognize our people entering the service and our service academy nominations?
it's in our regulations now.
Yeah, so in addition, so they're recognized. valedictorians or salutatorians or as slang val sals are recognized. Maybe we need to find something to recognize our career-ready CTE, you know, and somehow have I don't want to make a line, all kinds of funny things are coming to mind, but, you know, an equivalent for the CTE folks, that they're
Yeah.
recognized
They
at
should be.
commencement. So, and it's part of our mission. So, you know, look, if we reinstate valedictorian salutatorians, we recognize our people entering the military, then maybe we need to scratch our heads and come up with something where we recognize our top CTE graduates as well, if that has to be separate and distinct, and it may need to be, but that's an excellent idea.
Any further discussion? I have one question. Is CTE graded on an ABCD scale?
They are graded on the same 100-point scale. It has to do with the weighting of the classes that impacts the GPA. So, for example, CTE classes are not considered AP or IB honors level. They would be considered standard or honors level. So they're not weighted as heavily as an AP class, for example.
Okay, just curious. Okay, anything further? If- yes.
Just, I want to reiterate something. So when you guys put your thinking caps on, you know, if it looks like a Santa cap, that's okay, because that's the season. But when you put your thinking caps on, please try to think of something where we can recognize our top CTE graduates as well at graduation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that will be deferred now to our business meeting for your resolution at that time.
Correct.
Okay. Next, the amended exceptional children's contracts for 22-23.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a somewhat pretty straightforward situation. The board has previously approved the budget for 2 contracts. It's gotten a little confusing because they both have Maxim in their name. One's Maxim Staffing, one's Maxim Healthcare. But essentially, the board had previously approved contracts to provide school nursing positions for special education students that is required through their individual education plan required by federal and state law. And as you can see from the executive summary, Maxim Staffing, and I'm kind of beating you to the punch here, guys, sorry. Maxim Staffing couldn't consistently provide the nursing positions that we needed them to provide, I believe, 2 nursing positions. And so this is just altering the contract, switching out who's providing 2 nurses to Maxim Healthcare and altering the contracts. It's the same amount of money, and again, this is required by the student's individual education plan. So kind of beat you to the punch, but trying to move this along as quickly as possible. It's a straightforward, and I do recommend approval of this next week.
Okay.
Any questions that you have, I'm sure Ms. Cooper or Dr. Powers could respond to.
Anything further?
Only one question, only one comment. I see the junior ROTC wants to go to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. There is
That's
no-
field trips.
That's the next.
Oh, I'm
That's-
sorry.
that's the
No,
next
no,
one.
no, no. I was thinking, I'm sorry. No question. No, I am all out of sync today. That's a second. Go.
Well, wait a second.
Proud of you.
Hearing nothing further on the contracts. Now, hey, let's talk about
Field trips.
out-of-state field trips.
Yes. And I believe Ms. Metcalf is here to provide a very brief overview. We have 3 out-of-state field trips per policy. Board members, you're asked to approve out-of-state field trips unless there's a extenuating circumstance where you're not able to see those, and I can approve them. But that happens very rarely. We always plan ahead. So Ms. Metcalf is here to give you a very quick briefing. Each of our high schools have a request, so Ms. Metcalf, I'll let you brief that and see if the board has any questions.
Union Pines High School is requesting their orchestra students be able to perform at Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Northmore is asking that the band be allowed to travel to Nashville, Tennessee for the same purpose. Pinecrest High School ROTC would like to travel to Gettysburg National Battlefield.
Okay.
I have a comment.
Yes, would you like to talk about Gettysburg?
I would.
Because
So,
I knew Abe Lincoln when he was making that speech.
So So there is no better time-honored tradition in the United States military than doing a battlefield study at Gettysburg. In fact, General John Lejeune, when he was commanding officer or commanding general at Quantico, Virginia, every summer he used to get the regiment that was stationed at Quantico, and they would march in formation from Quantico, Virginia to Gettysburg, and they would reenact the Battle of Gettysburg, and it was a big event. And subsequent to that, whether it's the Army or the Marine Corps, everybody goes and studies that. The reason I bring this up, usurp Bob and give a history lesson. That was
I
not
was,
my purpose.
I was wondering about that.
Is-
You're always
is
getting
there-
mad at me for
There
giving
is,
history
there is
lessons.
a book.
He is in your seat.
There is a book, you're right, we're reversed. There is a book called The Killer Angels, which is a book about Gettysburg and a college professor who was the pivotal, he guarded the flank of the Union troops at Gettysburg. And it is the seminal book on battlefield leaderships for the U.S. military. And if you let me know how many students are attending that, if they don't already have copies of The Killer Angels, I would like to buy them each a copy and get it to them prior to them going.
I will ask, that is part of this field trip. They are required to read the Killer Angels, and so they do that in the beginning. There are 17 students attending. I don't know if they already have copies of the book, but I will find out.
Okay, yeah,
Are they
if they
marching
don't
to
have copies, they can keep.
They are not marching to Gettysburg, but they are following the battle plans on.
Wait a minute. Things have
Well, want
slacked
them
off.
not only to march up there, but get ready for Pickett's charge, you know.
Well, if they're not keeping their books, please let me know, and I'll
Okay.
be more than happy to get them books they can keep.
Okay. And nothing further about that or General Custer when he was commanding troops at Gettysburg. Okay.
We're good.
Now, okay, next is the future meetings at various locations. The idea is that we would have our business meetings outside of the central office. And Dr. Locklear has attached a proposed location for each one of our meetings through, what is that, through June of 2023. Does anybody have any comments on that proposal?
My only concern is just the time and effort I know that it takes for them to set that all up. I just want to make sure that we're respectful of their time and energy doing that too.
Well, I think we're very respectful of that, and clearly, if staff is having problem, setting up anything like that, they ought to tell Dr. Locklear or their other staff, and we'll maybe make another location or something like that. But theoretically, if we could have it at Westmore, a couple of days ago, we could probably have it at those places. Anything further?
This will need to be approved as a change in your regular board meeting calendar.
Yes. And so that we will deal with at our business meeting.
Where's the December business meeting that's not up there? Is my
The
understanding,
December business meeting, which is Monday's business meeting?
my understanding that's at Union Pines. I'm
No.
sorry, Northmore.
I know you referenced that. Right now, our current plans were to house that right here at the central office, based on the timing, based on the recognitions we currently have planned for the December meeting, et cetera. Of course, that's at the board's decision. But the current plans, what we're planning for is for that meeting to be here and then begin rotations through various school sites for our business meetings in January.
Could you
Yeah.
please elaborate about the need for a central site for those recognitions?
We are planning to recognize 2 state champions from Pinecrest, the Pinecrest girls golf team and the individual cross-country champion, Zach Gilbertson. Opportunity to recognize them from Pinecrest, from that end of the county. The central location helps with that. I think we're also going to have a performance from Union Pines High School, a holiday performance as our program highlight. So we had been planning from, from previous discussions to have that meeting here. But again, we certainly will accommodate what we can based on the board's decision.
Okay. Anything, yes?
I
Ms.
have a
Smith?
comment just based on that. I'm for the moving around. I think that's a great idea to go to the different communities. I'm 100% agree with it. But do we, like our special, what you were just talking about, sir, when we do special things, are those things already planned in advance out to there? Or do we know, like if we're gonna be at Sandhills Farm Life, but we're gonna have people from Robbins coming to do a special recognition, are those things come up when?
We do have certain things that are planned out throughout, like having a student lead the Pledge of Allegiance,
Right.
having a student have a inspirational word, our staff recognition, student recognitions. We will have to take a look at that in combination with this. We might need to
based on
revise some of that as well.
Might go ahead and what we know we're gonna be doing at particular locations and then change it according to, that would be easier for.
It's great feedback. We do need to look at that and see if we can align that as best possible. If these are the locations the board votes on, to align that as best possible. So that's a great point and great question.
But I think we can also, let's say in January, if we feel the February meeting place is not the correct place because of the recognitions
yeah.
we expect in
We're
February,
just-
we could change that too at
This
the
is not
January
set
meeting.
in stone, it's just.
No,
Okay.
no, you can change it from time to time, but I think this just kind of gives you a template of what we're gonna do.
Yes, sir.
But it's,
It
no.
helps our staff prepare and our schools prepare. We have to, whatever location we use in those schools, it takes us a good day for our technology and maintenance and Gary behind us to get it done. At least a good day, I believe it's probably pretty accurate. And so we like to plan ahead for the schools as much as we can.
Work sessions are gonna be here.
Work sessions will always be here. Mr. Chair, I suggest I request a 5-minute recess. Actually, I request a 10-minute recess.
Okay, any objection?
No.
No? Take 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Back in, is that 2:10? We're a couple of seconds early.
It's all right.
That's okay, you have us online? Okay. So we're coming back into session. I understand Mr. Hensley has a motion.
Yeah, actually, I don't.
Okay. All right, next item of business.
Actually, I do. Actually, I do. Actually, I do. I would like to make a motion that next week's meeting is conducted at Northmore High School.
Okay, is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, discussion. You want to say anything about your motion, or?
I have nothing publicly to say about it. I will just say that I had a discussion with several people sitting at this table, and the plan changed without any notification. So I want the initial inaugural meeting to be, business meeting to be at Northmore.
I think with that, I don't think the people that were invited for this meeting that are coming from Pinecrest and Union Pines will be able to make it if we do have it at Northmore.
Yeah, so actually, let me expound upon it a little bit more. The concept of operations was to, obviously, we are all interested in having meetings in different places of the county. I mean, it's just good. I mean, it exposes us to different communities. It gets us and the media. I mean, I saw where the pilot actually did a story on the chicken hut while she was up on it. I think on your way up there, you probably stopped at the chicken hut and did a story, right? So that's good for, the Robbins area and whatnot. So it gets us and the public out to see the schools. It gets the schools to see us. So there is zero discussion and debate about the board wanting to do that. And I think the central office wants to do it too. I know Superintendent Locklear is. And the concept of operation was it was going to rotate. We've kind of got north, central, south, and the rotation would be, I mean, wherever you start, it doesn't matter, but you kind of go north, central, south, south, so you rotate around. For various reasons that I really don't want to go into, I just want to start at Northmore High School. And also, isn't High Falls 2 words? Wasn't there a big debate about that 7 years ago?
It's one word.
It's one
That's
word?
how it's spelled, yes.
School is one word.
The school is one word.
School is one word.
Okay.
There was a big debate about that.
Yeah, there was a big
I know,
debate about
I know.
that.
Our
I'm
community
sure-
was very clear, the school is one
Yeah.
word.
Dr. Powers is former principal, right?
Correct.
At High Falls. I think you can speak to that, yeah.
Okay, I knew it was one way or the other, so anyway, I make a motion that the inaugural business meeting be at Northmore High School. Oh, I already made that motion, right?
Yeah.
And it's been seconded.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, we got 4. Opposed? 1? Okay, so our next business meeting will be at Northmore.
So does that mean Union Pines will not be there? And Pinecrest High School will not be there, so we don't need to honor them?
So that's a good discussion, and I meant to bring that up. So, we do need to honor our students, and we do need to make it convenient, but it doesn't mean that we can't have our next meeting at Pinecrest. And I meant to bring that up, and I failed to do that. It could be Northmore, it could be Pinecrest, it could be whatever.
But I think they won the championship, so that's
Well,
why they
well,
wanted
wait a
to
second,
get
why
on.
can't we have them at
recognize them
Northmore?
in January?
Why can't we have them at Northmore?
They couldn't make it, so there was some talk about them, if they were gonna go to that high school, the teams could not make it that far. So they wouldn't be able to attend.
But we can
Do we know
recognize
the
them in
details of why
January.
they can't?
If I may offer
Okay,
clarification.
all right, I have to say, to explain, under Robert's Rules of Order, technically, there is nothing to say here because there's a motion and it's passed. To the extent the person who was in the majority wishes to make a motion to reconsider, and you could so make such a motion, and then we could discuss what you're discussing.
Okay, I'll do a motion to reconsider.
Well, you
I'm like, so we can talk about it. I'm like,
See, but I'm gonna tell you something because I think it's worthy of talking about.
yeah.
I will make a motion to reconsider.
I'll second
Yes.
it.
Okay, it's seconded. There's a motion on the floor to reconsider. Go ahead, Stacy.
No, I just heard that they would not be able to attend, but Dr. Locklear was gonna clarify.
I want to clarify that. I'm not aware of our staff checking with each individual person to see who can attend or not. What I was trying to express is that you have, okay, so they cannot attend, Charlie.
Both coaches for both teams said that they would be unable to make it. I had originally said that it was in Westmore, so I misspoke, but I did say Westmore, and they said they would not be able to make that
Okay.
meeting if that's where it would be held. They said if it was at another
Like Pinecrest.
location that's more centrally located, like either here or closer to Pinecrest, Southern Middle, or somewhere in that area, they could make something like that work. But they would actually be pushing it to make it here at the central office.
Okay. Thank you, Charlie. So again, what I was expressing earlier is that the plan was here, you know, that was what, because this is our default. And
Yeah.
so this is what we plan towards. And so that's what was communicated to those folks. So that was the point I was making there. It doesn't mean we can't reschedule that based on the decision of the board, or look at recognizing them in the southern area. I would say part of the reason we were using elementary schools here too, or where I recommended elementary schools, is because all of the various functions and activities you're having at a high school almost every day.
Yeah.
And every evening. And so it's challenging to have board meetings at a high school for those reasons. And that's why you see, you know, I've recommended along with the staff, the elementary schools.
You could do Southern Middle.
Is it imperative that we recognize them at this meeting, or could it be pushed to a January meeting in a more central location for them?
We can work with them and because we want to recognize them. I know the board
Yeah, I
does.
feel
and,
that.
So we'll work with them and figure out if something that makes sense and works for them, whether that might be, if we approve this list, West Pine Elementary in March, or we move that around, so we're doing West Pine in January. I mean, we can think about that to be more timely with it.
The only thing I would note is that our first meeting in January would be scheduled for High Falls. And that would mean Westmore, Northmore, then High Falls.
Well,
So if we're considering doing this, which is okay by me, I really don't care either way. That's just my opinion. But you probably want to do something other than High Falls as the January 6th meeting.
why don't we do our January 9th, since it's a combined work session, as Cindy pointed out, and we're gonna have our work sessions here. And the reason we wanna have our work sessions here, as we saw today, is central office personnel come in and out, and it's much more efficient, plus the public generally doesn't attend. So what I would recommend is, assuming we do our December meeting at Northmore High School, then we could do our January combined work session and business meeting here. And then at that time, we can recognize the people who are gonna be recognized in December. And the rest is fine.
Anything further? Okay, so we have actually on the floor a motion to reconsider. Just to announce, just me personally, because of this discussion, I'll vote against it myself, even though I made the motion. But I thought that the discussion was certainly worth it, and I thought that we should, I thought everybody wanted to discuss it, which is the reason why I was there.
You can
So-
withdraw the motion.
Okay, so I will withdraw my, yes.
Not yet. So just to be clear, the January 9th meeting will be here, the combined work session and business.
Okay, that's not what we're not deciding on that. We will decide on that at the business meeting. Okay? So to the extent that
Okay.
this is in front of us at the business meeting, you can make a motion to amend on the January 9th hearing, January.
Locklear
Right, or Dr. Locklear can change it.
Yeah.
Yes,
To say that, that will be here. Okay? So does that work out?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, everybody, so I'm gonna withdraw my motion. Withdraw your second, or no?
Do you have to withdraw a second?
I don't think so.
I
No.
don't think so.
No? Okay, all right, so,
She's like, what?
all right, so the motion is withdrawn. Okay,
So
now,
just for clarification, Mr. Chairman, we'll be putting plans together for meeting at Northmore High School on Monday. Just want to
Correct.
be clear.
Correct.
And we'll make sure we still have a program highlight of some kind of holiday music or something, and might be provided by Northmore High School students, since we'll be meeting at Northmore High. But we'll take care of the items there and rearrange anything we need to. Thank you.
And by the way, that Westmore, the Westmore chorus, which couldn't sing for our initial meeting on Monday, maybe they want to come in.
We'll see who's available.
Yes,
sir.
yes. Okay, just a thought. Okay, I want to hear the Hallelujah chorus. All right.
I'll buy you a CD.
Well, you can't have it seated during the Hallelujah chorus. You have to stand. See, I know that. Okay. Okay, we have the school board agenda for December, for the December 12th meeting. So the Parents' Bill of Rights is not going to be on it because I've referred that to committee, and that will be brought back for committee. I would, first of all, for discussion, sub B, the Cranes Creek, the renaming.
McDeeds.
Of McDeeds Creek, I'm sorry. Renaming of McDeeds Creek.
Action.
Action item. Consideration of valedictorians, action item.
A for argument.
Okay. Amended, the amended contracts will be consent. Out-of-state field trips, I assume will be consent. Future board meetings we'll do as an action item,
Yep.
just out of all caution. Anything else?
The only thing I would add is if the January meeting is changed to here, then I'm fine with doing it via consent agenda.
With what being a consent agenda?
With the future board meeting locations is if the superintendent changes the January 9th meeting from High Falls to here. That's the only other remaining objection. So if that's changed to the central office, then it can just be
Well,
a consent agenda.
here's what I'm gonna do, because it's not in front of us right now, and it hasn't been proposed to us. I'm gonna put it on the regular agenda, but it will take no more than 2 seconds for everyone to say,
Yeah. Yay or nay.
approved.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's just not before us right
Yeah,
now. so.
I agree.
Okay, all right, next, reports. Your update on school safety.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Based on a couple board member requests and based on the context of what's happened over the last couple weeks, I've asked Dr. Metcalf, Dr. Powers, Chief Hardy, and Mrs. Metcalf to give us some information and update on school safety threat assessment and response. You know, we unfortunately, and nationally, we're seeing this as well, but unfortunately, we've seen additional school threats happening in our schools. Some have been what we refer to as, you know, unsubstantiated or non-credible threats, rumors, that sort of thing, and some have been legitimate. But first and foremost, we wanted to again reemphasize with our public and our parent community that we take these extremely serious, each and every threat, no matter where it comes from or how we find out about it. Investigate that thoroughly, and and make sure first and foremost our students and staff are safe, and then based on the evidence that we find, take appropriate steps. We also want to be very clear and not mince any words that we as a school district take this extremely seriously, and when we find evidence of someone, a student or anyone else making a threat, we're going to take every step in our code of conduct and in the criminal code to give the most serious consequence we can. Because this is not a game. It causes significant disruptions to our instruction in our schools, significant disruption, anxiety on our students and on our parents and in our community. You know, one of the most recent situations we dealt with at Union Pines High School with 2 credible threats. Very pleased and appreciative of our school police who quickly addressed one of those credible threats and dealt with those, and also very appreciative of our school police, working collaboratively with our sheriff's department and SBI to run down into the early morning hours of the next day the other threat. And dealing with that was swiftly, and dealing with that, like I said, with the most significant consequences we can give under the law. So I just want to be very clear that we take this very seriously, and I know the board does, and we're not going to play games with this, and we're going to continue to look at ways we can increase even how we're handling this even better, and how we're communicating this with our parents and our families even better. But I wanted to ask Dr. Metcalf and team to give a brief overview of the different pieces that are involved in that, just to update our parents and update the board and see if you had any additional questions there. So, Dr. Metcalf.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Locklear. It is unacceptable. It is inappropriate. We do have to take it seriously, and we've got to put an end to it, and we've got to use every available consequence available to us to do that. It's unacceptable. We take it very seriously. I would be lying if I didn't say that we're seeing an increase in threats. Both threats individually, one student threatening a particular student, and these threats of mass destruction, if you will, or mass violence. I'm going to come shoot up the school. Those kinds of things. I think I think there are a lot of reasons for that. I think social media really is having an impact there. I think the students, frankly, talk that way to some degree. Clearly not appropriate. Clearly we have to take that seriously, but there's a language. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to get you. They're playing Fortnite. They're playing games at home. They're communicating through their headsets and on there. They're in emails and TikTok circles and in messaging circles far beyond anything I can comprehend. And they have different names. They're saying different things. It's very complicated, and it's becoming a little bit more routine and unacceptable, and we have to deal with that. We're seeing an increase at the elementary level, surprisingly. Sometimes you think of these things in the upper grades. Middle school has been an area where we've seen it for some time, but it's the high school. But we're seeing some increases and a tick up, if you will, at the elementary level. We're going to talk a little bit today about our processes, our procedures, our consequences for that, how we handle that. Seth and Tracy are going to talk about that. Chief Hardy's going to talk about that as well. But again, I want to reiterate the fact that we take each and every incident very, very seriously. Much of what we're going to talk today really reflects back to our effective discipline policy 6513. And I'm just going to read a portion of that because I want to hit that. The Moore County Board of Education recognizes that the most effective discipline is preventative and not punitive in nature. However, there are times when corrective actions become necessary. Such action should be reasonable and aimed at improvement of behavior. And in this particular case, we cannot and will not play. Can I turn it over to you, Dr. Powers?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. I do want to emphasize that, when we obviously, as Dr. Locklear, Dr. Metcalf emphasized, always take these things extremely seriously, always concerned about what we can do to make sure that our students and our staff are safe. But every situation when it comes to a threat, when a threat may be made, every situation can be a little bit different. There are different situations, different contexts that sometimes come into play. So do understand that as we talk through kind of what our processes are, and it's not, there are some parts that sometimes are very black and white, right? But there's sometimes some shades of gray too that we have to encounter and sort through as we work toward investigating and coming to a conclusion. I do want to point out, I'm going to talk about our code of conduct and how threats are a part of that. Talk about consequences that are involved related to school-based consequences, because we know threats are very serious, and beyond just school-based consequences, there are also law enforcement consequences when threats are made, and so we'll let Chief Hardy touch on that. But I'm going to start with just sharing the information from our board-approved student code of conduct related to threats. So there are specifically 2 rules in our code of conduct that address threats. The first is Rule 2.1, which is threats and false threats. There are actually 5 different levels to our code of conduct, leveled 1 through 5. and the different levels delineate the severity of the infraction. So if you hear a level 1 infraction, that might be something like perhaps cheating, something that can be addressed, but is certainly serious, but not as serious as other things. Level 2 would be more serious. Level 3, basically, those 3 levels encompass just about everything that we would encounter. Level 4 is specific to a firearm on a campus, and level 5 is specific to expulsion, which is different than suspension. Expulsion means you're gone from Moore County Schools without a chance to return at any point.
No, you do have a chance to come back.
I'm sorry.
You do have a chance to come back, but you're out unless you petition to come back.
Thank you. So level 2.1, so level 2 violation, threats and false threats, basically states no student shall make any threat through written or spoken language, sign, or act which conveys a serious expression of intent to cause harm or violence. Then it also discusses false threats, so making something up. Rule 3.4, again, Rule 3, more serious, is specifically about bomb threats and threats of mass violence. Section A talks about bomb threats. Section B, threats of mass violence. And I want to be very clear related to the consequences that are a part of those for that level 2 violation, the threats or false threats. The consequences for that could be short-term suspension up to 10 days. But again, depending on if aggravating factors are involved, that could be, it could be a recommendation for a long-term suspension as well, which would be a suspension of more than 10 days. A level 3 rule violation, which would be the threats of mass violence, obviously more serious, and for that, again, depending on the circumstances, could certainly be a long-term suspension and could even be a recommendation for potential expulsion. Again, we would need to know that there's a clear threat to the safety of other students and school staff in order to consider that, but obviously if a threat of mass violence has been made, that's certainly a consideration. So I do want one other thing I did forget to mention. When we talk about Rule 2.1, threats and false threats, those are the kind of threats that we think about that probably happen most often. 2 kids get mad at one another at school. Somebody, they're fighting, I'm going to kill you, and as Dr. Metcalf said, that language has just become much too common, unfortunately. It's inappropriate. We want to work with our students not to use that language, but those are the types of threats that would be involved there. The level, the Rule 3.4, where we're talking about threats of mass violence, those are the ones that we may see sometimes come through on social media where we're talking about shooting up the school or those types of threats, or sometimes even made verbally at school. That kind of covers the school-based side of it in terms of the code of conduct and the consequences that might be involved related to the school. Chief, it's okay, I'll turn it over to you to talk about the law enforcement consequence side of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you're aware, the most recent case that we had at Union Pines High School, that was a significant disruption to our education system. Mm-hmm. With our relationships that we have with our partners in law enforcement, we were able to quickly put that to rest by working through all that. And it is that kind of process and that kind of feedback that we're able to share back and forth. As far as what we have in-house at our level right now, for those of you that hadn't been part of the board in the past, you may not understand. For minor violations, we can do what's called a second chance program. Then for elevated circumstances, we can go to teen court or repeated actions. However, as part of my response to these threats that are going on, I'm taking those two completely off the table, and anybody that makes a threat of a mass violence or danger to our schools causing a major disruption is going straight to the Department of Juvenile Justice.
We appreciate that.
Every situation is different. You have have to take into account what all is happening, so I mean, and we can talk about that. One other thing I want to, we've talked about that, but one other thing I want to impart is we do home visits frequently whenever these threats are analyzed at the school level. That's where me or one of my staff will go out and do a home visit with a counselor sometimes, or with the principal sometimes of the school. Go out and do a home visit to assess whether or not that child has access to a firearm within the home. And if so, then we need to ensure that that parent has safeguarded that away from that child. Locked it in a vault, safe, wherever, to keep it from out of the hands. We also want to discuss whatever stuff that they can do to help that child, whether it be more therapy or whatever that can be done for them. I think that's where you come in.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna walk us through kind of the process for what the school would do in the event that a significant threat, a threat of mass violence is received. And I'll ask Ms. Metcalf, just feel free to jump in and add anything to this that you'd like. But when we talk about, you know, each threat kind of being situational and depending on the circumstance. So one of the first things, let's say we receive that type of threat, we're gonna first consider, right, well, when was that threat made? You know, is it during the school day? Is it at night? Is it on the weekend or during non-school hours? So that's gonna kind of determine some of our first steps. Obviously, once we know that a threat has been made against the school, our Moore County Schools Police are gonna be made aware, they're going to be involved. And one of the first things we're gonna determine is, okay, do we know who made this threat? Do we know who the student is? You know, sometimes that's a parent, because maybe it's just the student flat out says it, and we know who it is. Other times, maybe it's something, as is the case that happened at Union Pines a couple of weeks ago. Maybe it comes through social media, and it's not immediately apparent who did that, and we're gonna need some support and help from other agencies and our sheriff's department. So those are considerations to begin with. If it cannot be immediately determined who made the threat, you know, and then we're gonna, based on what the nature of the threat is and the relevant circumstances, school administration and our Moore County Schools Police are gonna first determine, is there imminent danger to students and staff? And obviously, again, based on those circumstances, you know, if there is, then we're going to act accordingly. That might be that we need to lock the school down. It might mean, depending on what's going on and when it is. Might mean we need to release school early. You know, but there are things that it's hard to, you know, again, it's hard to say definitively if this, you know, there are just so many different things that can come into play depending on the circumstances. At that point, you know, our school administrators and our Moore County Schools Police are going to begin to investigate to determine who made that threat, right, if we don't know who it is. And we have been very successful in the past in determining that. Not only the situation at Union Pines a couple of weeks ago, I can remember something similarly at Northmore a couple of years ago, where our sheriff's department helped us, and they drove up in the driveway of a student at 3 a.m. because they had again determined, you know, based on the IP address and where it was sent from, where it was, and took care of that. So, if we do know who the student is, and we know who made the threat, the first thing that we're gonna do is determine it's during the school day. Okay, if we're at school, okay, we're gonna determine, well, is that student at school? If they are, obviously, we're going to pull that student and begin an investigation, talking to that student, contacting their parents. That would also involve a search of that student if we've got them there and we know who they are and we have them there in front of us. If the student is not in school, administrators are going to contact the parents and determine where is the student. You know, hopefully if they're not at school, contact the parents. Well, they're right here. They're in their room. Okay, we know where this student is. If the parent says, I don't know where they are, and they're not at school, and this is a threat of violence against the school, again, it's another circumstance that helps us determine, okay, what might we need to do to make sure the school, the students and staff are safe. Let's say the student is at home. We've located the student now. We move to what Chief Hardy said in terms of our Moore County Schools Police are going to make a home visit. They're going to have conversations with the student, going to have conversations with the parent. As a part of that home visit, they're going to determine does that student have access to firearms or to weapons that they might be able to use to carry out the threat or not. In most cases, I can say, when these kind of things are investigated and our police make these home visits, in most cases, there is not access to weapons, which is a positive thing. Following this, we do have a threat assessment screening tool that we use as a district. So when students act inappropriately in terms of saying things or making threats that they should not say, we need a way to determine, to help us determine, okay, what's the real level of credibility here to what they've said or to their to what they've threatened to do. So we would administer that threat assessment screening to the student. That will help give us an idea as to whether the threat is a low, moderate, or high likelihood of the student carrying that out. And again, that's a research-based tool that's been used for that to help determine that. Not something that we've not developed, but that we've used. That's a tool for us. Once we've done that, we've investigated, based on the investigation, all the other information that we have available to us, that would include the context of the situation. We would then determine whether the threat was deemed to be credible or non-credible based on all those things. We would then want to think about how we communicate that, right? So we're going to communicate that with the board. Share the information with the board so that you're aware. And then we're also going to inform the parents. But again, we want to be, it's a fine line here in terms of informing parents. We want to make sure that they're made aware when a threat is credible, but we also want to make sure that we don't, if we inform parents about everything, we may be creating some false hysteria and some false fear when situations are not credible. So what we want to absolutely make sure of is that when we do share information with parents, that it's confirmed, it's factual, it's accurate. So we would do that, if the threat was deemed credible, obviously, and in all honesty as well, sometimes a threat may not be credible. However, as Dr. Metcalf alluded to, social media is running wild, and there's so many things going on out there and so many rumors floating around that we do need to communicate with parents and make them aware of the facts of what has happened and that the threat is not credible. At that point as well, school administration and law enforcement, school administration would determine what are the school-based consequences going to be. If there's an ongoing investigation involved, that might initially be a short-term suspension so that the child is out of school. Investigation continues, may turn into a long-term suspension recommendation. Law enforcement would also be determining what the law enforcement consequences are going to be related to charges there. And then a final step in all this would be, if the student is going to be returning to school, a safety plan for reentry to the school for that student, which could involve meeting with administrators and counselors when they first come back to school, could involve a search of the student in the mornings when they come back to school, if they feel like there's a need for that, could also involve requiring a mental health assessment for the child's potential return to school. So those things would be put in place. So that's a kind of a very broad overview of the process that we would follow and work through when a threat is received. Ms. Metcalf, is there anything that you would add or that I might have missed?
I would just say that that's done by a team at the school. So most schools have a crisis team or whatever they call that team. And so those threat assessments and the development of the intervention plan and the safety plan is done with administrators, with counselors, with the SRO, and anyone else who's been involved with that child. So they are tailored to the individual and based on the threats that were made, and can include based on past experiences with that student.
I'll also share as well, our current threat assessment tool that we've used for a number of years. However, we've recently become aware of a new tool online. Ms. Metcalf's going to be doing a little more research around that, looking into that to determine if that might be even a better resource than the one we're currently using. So we'll see.
I have a question. I know education is key on this. Are you guys thinking about, and I know you're doing it for the middle schools because I've seen it personally, but now that you're talking about elementary, are you thinking about educating the little ones about when they say stuff like that, how important it is not to say that and what that really does mean? It's not a joke, that type of stuff. Are we doing any of that?
I believe that is going on regularly when they're talking about the appropriate language for school and appropriate comments that you can and cannot make. I think they're having to do it far more often than they have in the past. But yes, that is happening.
And Ms. Caldwell, another area where I believe those conversations do happen, in our elementary schools with our school counselors, and they have the opportunity for classroom guidance lessons. And that's a good place as well to have those types of conversations. Yeah.
I have a question or a comment too along those lines. For the preventative and for education, even our parents unfortunately need education on the appropriateness of children playing these video games and things like that. So when you're doing your home visits, or are there meetings after school where you have, the parents come and re-educate the parents on those kinds of issues and help get them involved? And just a thought process of mine, if I were to communicate a verbal threat to anyone sitting in this room right now, I would be prosecuted because of my age. It's illegal. So I'm not saying we're allowing these things to happen, obviously, with our children, but to Miss Stacy's point, they've got to understand there are severe consequences, and just make that concrete in their minds now. And I mean, that's an obstacle that's huge to tackle, but I think educating our parents, I think I'm probably the youngest one here, but
What are you trying to say?
We have middle school. I grew up different.
I'm just kidding.
I grew up different, even as the youngest one here, than how our parents are growing up, raising our children. It's a different atmosphere that we're in right now, and recalibrating how we're communicating with our parents even, and helping them in any way we can to guide them. I don't even know if that's outside of outside of what we're able to do, but if, that's just a suggestion. If there are any programs, that would be a program I would advocate for, if there's a good one out there.
It's a valid point, and I would say that some of our principals are doing some programs, at night, some meetings and things, and bringing in some, outside folks to talk about those kinds of things, to share that information. So the opportunity is there in some of our schools, can certainly
And it's just
absolutely.
gonna build our community too. The more we can involve our parents, and not just getting the parents, just the more we can involve our parents in the education of their children, the better.
Yeah, the key there is getting the parents to come out and hear it.
That's
the key.
Moon pies and Chick-fil-A.
We do also work with our parents individually, so
Sure.
administrators, as they meet with parents, because, and maybe it was not a credible threat, maybe it's just words, or it's
Sure.
drama that's been generated.
I understand that, but
We'll
at the
have
same
that
time-
conversation about,
Right.
we're getting this off of social media. Here are some possible things. Did you know what your child has access to if they have social media, that kind of thing. So we do that as well. Parents often will tell us that they limit what their children see, but their children have a phone that has full access to data. So,
Absolutely, yeah.
and sometimes they just don't understand that. So yes, we are having those conversations as
Okay,
well.
good, good.
And Mr. Benway?
Once you've run through this critical path of information gathering, is that information, is that shared with the sheriff at some point?
That, not to shortchange what you just asked, but I'm going to be involving the sheriff's department greatly, especially if I'm having to track down cell phone IP addresses and that kind of thing.
Sure.
So we are in contact back and forth routinely during one of these investigations. And what makes it difficult is the juvenile justice side of it, because we have to set appointments unless it's in a specific incident like we just had, where we can get a secure custody order. You know, we have to go through with an appointment to do juvenile justice to actually go present our cases to them. So we're trying now to work through all of that too.
Anything further?
I do.
Let's go ahead.
Just a couple of points based upon what's been presented here today. First of all, Chief Hardy, you know, I mentioned this to you on several occasions, but let me publicly say this. Just as, you know, we expect our administrators to back up our teachers' disciplinary steps or disciplinary actions, as Ms. Bruno pointed out, you know, and we're going to unleash our teachers to do that. You know, our SROs are first and foremost law enforcement officers, and you will always have the support of this board for appropriate law enforcement actions. And in fact, I've talked with Mike Harden several times, our district attorney, and he said that he's heard from you, but he never heard from your predecessor, so that is all good signs. So first and foremost, our school resource officers are unleashed to be law enforcement officers. Secondly, to Shannon's point, communication of a mass terrorist threat at the federal level is punishable by life in prison. Let me say that again. Communication of a terrorist threat at the federal level is punishable by life in prison. Yet Moore County schools on the school side, the academic side, a 10-day suspension. So I know that Mr. Holmes plan, and if that student was 18, they would be facing life in prison. It's on par with murder. Yet, you know, our policy manual makes it a 10-day suspension, possibly, you know, an even longer suspension. That's almost a direct quote. So I know Mr. Holmes and his Safety and Discipline Committee will be taking a look at the discipline matrix and possibly updating or recommending updates to this board. Also, you know, to Mr. Metcalf's point, this is part of a societal problem, but a societal problem becomes our problem, right? And there's no doubt about that. And that's unfortunate. And part of the problem is the juvenile justice reform that was passed by the General Assembly several years ago that pushed the age up to 18. And again, I've talked with our district attorney about this. I've talked with Senator McGinnis about this, and we're going to do our best to get that changed. A principal, one of our high school principals, talked to me and said, you know, David, we used to be able to criminally prosecute students when they were 16, if it rose to that. That age was, and what we would see is students would, bad actors, and there are bad actors, you know, everybody wants to act like they don't exist, but there are bad actors, unfortunately, at young ages. When students could be criminally prosecuted at 16, they would see bad actors doing bad stuff until their 16th birthday. And it was like night and day. All of a sudden, when they realized they could be prosecuted, they stopped doing bad stuff. Well, now that age has been raised to 18. So effectively, our students have realized, the bad actors, that unless it's a very, very severe issue like murder, that they face no consequences, no serious consequences for even the worst of their actions. So I have talked, the district attorneys are frustrated, and district attorneys throughout all of North Carolina have banded together, and they're lobbying the General Assembly, and I'm lobbying the General Assembly, because we have to undo the bad effects of this juvenile justice reform that has put us in the position of us not being able to criminally, and so that there are consequences that are on par with the violations. So anyway, I just make those points, student code of conduct, juvenile justice reform, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Seeing nothing, let's go ahead and move along to our capital project update.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask for a brief recess so
Yes,
I
sir.
can take care of some communication on the status for our staff tomorrow for working and
Oh,
et
yeah,
cetera?
oh, yes, indeed.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah,
Hours
maybe 10
on.
minutes should be.
As long as you need.
Yes, sir, 10 minutes should be suffice. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, calling the meeting back into session. Projects, capital projects update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hensley had requested that we have an update on this item and think about how to address this as we move forward. And I wanted to share an update of where we were with some current capital projects. And I'll start that off and just kind of, if you'll bear with me, I just kind of want to brief the board, especially with our new farm board, of what these capital projects are when they were passed, the status of them. I would say for this, as we discussed earlier today, this would, be my recommendation that these are sent to our construction and maintenance committee. I called it board facilities committee in the executive summary, but the construction and maintenance committee for further discussion and next steps. During the Board of Education business meeting on November 7th, the board approved approximately $2.3 million of available capital in North Carolina education lottery funds to move forward with the list of capital projects that you see below. These projects had been previously approved, the ones you see below, as part of the ESSER funding that we had received to push forward with some capital projects. They were removed from that ESSER list that the board approved at that time because of cost escalation that we were seeing in capital projects, and because of the decision the board made in December 2021 to push out some retention bonuses to our staff. So we had to move funds, ESSER funds, from the capital line, if you will, into pushing out those retention bonuses. So originally we had about 42% of our ESSER budget pushed towards capital. That got reduced to about 37% after that move. So we brought back to the board in September a list of those projects that had been pushed off of ESSER and one additional project. And through discussion with the board, that got tabled. We discussed it some more in Board Facilities Committee, brought that back in November, and these projects that you see in front of you, these 6 projects were approved. They included placing the HVAC system here in our central office. That includes the venting and balancing that out. It's never has been done when it was originally installed, and so that's what that includes some of that. Replacing split unit systems, heat pumps, duct work, et cetera, as well at Sand Hills Farm Life. Same type of work at West End Elementary. Paver work in the Pinecrest High School courtyard. Replacing a hot water boiler at New Century Middle, and renovating the Exceptional Children's Building at Cameron Elementary. So that, again, was approved in November. And, that work is being prepared we had the design, we had that information, so right now we're moving forward with bidding those projects out. None of those projects proceed until those bids are brought back to the board and you approve those bids. So just to note that, even though these projects, it was approved that we move forward with these projects, none of those get officially approved to move forward and break dirt or bust up bricks or whatever it is until you approve the bid. So I just want to be clear with that. Also, there was questions around, okay, where are we with our gym renovation projects? We've had a lot of discussion about this over the last 2 or 3 months as a board. Now, as you new board members, I'm sure you follow along with that somewhat, but just a little bit of history about those gym renovation projects at Cameron, High Falls, and Westmore elementary schools. January 18th of last year, almost a year ago, hard to believe, but in January 18, 2022, the Board of Commissioners approved allotting $8.5 million from bond premium funds. So the funds for these renovations are coming from bond premium funds that the county commissioners received as part of the bond projects. They approved allotting that to go towards the gym renovations at Cameron, High Falls, and Westmore Elementaries. In April of last year, or this year rather, April of 2022, the board approved the agreement for design services from architecture firm to put together the designs, and that's all the information that has to be put together for bidding out projects. So they've worked on that and did that work. That included analysis of existing conditions, the options to consider for various mechanical systems in the gyms, the building code requirements based on the scope of work, preliminary budgeting, and the schedule for bidding. The project priorities that were approved as part of that at that time were to be the installation of air conditioning systems, roof replacement, window and door replacement, renovation of toilet rooms, and lighting replacement. The original budget, original project was to bid these schools out separately with a 3-month stagger between the renovations. As we started moving towards design and based on current market conditions, it was determined it's probably more beneficial to bid them all together and see if one contract would bid all three, one contractor would bid all three gyms, and we'd be able to kind of accomplish this in a little more aggressive fashion and attract more bidders. So that was kind of got changed as the design team started working. Also, there became some questions. Mr. Hensley, as you know, there raised some questions about how can we do this much cheaper? Is there a way to approach this in a much more cost-efficient manner? I'll use that terminology, not cheaper, but more cost-efficient manner. I asked the operations team to get with our design team, our architecture team, engineers, to look at what they call in their business value engineering options. You know, what are some options that we can maybe not do certain things and save money? What is required based on building code? What's not? So what can we drop off the list or scope of work and save money? Our architecture team engineers have been looking at that, and I think they're prepared to come back at a future. And I apologize, I used Boards Facilities Committee instead of Construction and Maintenance Committee. I would like to have the opportunity for them to be at a future Boards Construction and Maintenance Committee to discuss that with the Construction and Maintenance Committee and get feedback from the board, get thoughts about what are the best steps. Certainly as superintendent, I want to recommend a project that's going to make these schools proud, make these communities proud, and serve these schools for a very long time. So I think there are ways we can do that, I'm sure, and also save some money from the original project budgets. But that's a little bit of background on these two items. Again, my recommendation that we put these back to our committee and have some additional discussion about next steps that the committee wants to recommend to the board as a whole. So I know, Mr. Hensley, you kind of requested some of these updates. I hope I'm not misspeaking there, but if
So
you've got
moved. Actually, if the board agrees, then there's no action required. The chair can just refer this to a committee.
Well, it's already referred to a committee. There's no action because nothing is going to be done without a contract.
And this is up
Right?
anyway.
Right.
So you could get your committee together. You get your committee together tomorrow and bring it all in and do whatever you want. And then it's for you guys on the committee to make a proposal to the board. So there would be essentially no action necessary. I think what I think you wanted the assurance was that nothing is going to move until the board gets approval. And as quickly as you guys on the committee can get an action plan, that's as quickly as we'll do it here, and as quickly as we'll get some air conditioning to these schools. Okay?
Okay.
All right, anything further?
Good.
Pinecrest.
Yeah, one, yes, Pinecrest, somebody wants some cement for Pinecrest, okay.
Yes, sir. Just want to keep the board informed here. This is just an information item, just keeping you in the loop. Prior to Mr. Baraff leaving, if you're familiar with Pinecrest High School campus, you know that it's built a lot of cement, walkways, columns, et cetera. There began to be signs of that over the years. It was opened in, I believe, 1969. Mr. Levy, I believe is when the school opened.
Yes.
And over the time with
I was there.
I
I was there. I'm sorry, I was there.
We're both alumni. We're both alumni. Over time, with freezing, unfreezing, rebar rusting, cracks, et cetera, there's been pieces of it that's fell off. There's pieces of it that's cracked. And I have approved for a engineering firm that specializes in this to come up with a design and process for bidding out what it would take to address this. And it would be my plan as superintendent, and certainly we can brief the Construction and Maintenance Committee as well, that we bring back and bid this out, because this is something we don't want to get worse, so to speak. We want to make sure we address this remediation while we can before it gets any worse. So I did approve the design agreement, that's $22,000. Part of that design agreement is for them to assess the construction once we bid it out and it happens, and make sure it's done right. So again, just wanted to brief the board on it, that's all, keep you in the loop that I've approved this contract and we're moving forward with that design.
Okay. Anything else? Any questions on that?
Just
Hearing- yes, go
Pinecrest,
ahead.
just high on my, well, not, we are also going to look into power washing Pinecrest. That,
They've tried, it's
We'll
no
see.
use.
Or paint it or something.
anyway, that's a small detail, but
I do remember it in 1969. It was a rather nice building at the time.
Was it the summer of
It's
69?
aged. Pardon?
No, I was singing a song.
Okay. Next, a review of a new regulation.
Yes, sir. This is a regulation I know that I've talked with our board members that have been with us prior, and certainly the new board members are probably aware of somewhat, but this is Board Regulation 5410 that's connected to Policy 5410. As superintendent, I began reviewing this regulation as we began. This is the policy that addresses our instructional resources and parents' rights to express concerns or objections to instructional resources. That would include instructional resources that may be in the classroom, but also include instructional resources in our media center, books or selections, et cetera. We did have an objection, as you're probably very familiar with, that made it to the board. Through that process, even board feedback was, we need to look at how we streamline this, make it a little more straightforward and clear. Begin work on that, got some great feedback from the board, some pretty critical feedback from the board. My first time trying to revise that, appreciated that. We worked with Mr. Schwartz as our new attorney to help us with this, and shared some revisions with you along the way. In October, brought this to the board policy committee in October. That included Mr. Holmes, who's still with us. It received a favorable review or a favorable report from our board policy committee at that time, but I didn't want to enact it, which I could, but I didn't want to enact it until I shared it with the board, and so you fully knew what this new regulation was. I want to point out a couple things about the regulation. Don't open it up yet, Charlie, because everybody's going to be looking at regulation, not listening to me if you do that. But I want to point out, I want to point out a couple things about the regulation. First, is one thing we knew we needed to do is make it very clear. When I say we, myself and the staff, Dr. Metcalf, is we needed to make it very sure what our process and our expectations were in selecting instructional resources as a school district. And that we expected our media specialists and teams and their teams at their schools to be updating our selections on a yearly basis, looking at our selections, making sure everything, what's there is based on law, based on what's in our policy, that it's grade level appropriate, educationally appropriate, that it's also aligned with standards. And so that's a process that we want our media specialists and our teams there to be doing on a yearly basis. This regulation also clearly outlines the process that a parent or guardian can express a concern or objection to an instructional resource, starting at the source of that classroom teacher or the media specialist, and then working through the objection process that could go all the way up to an appeal to the board, to the board's appeals committee, who'd make a decision and offer that to the full board for endorsement. This regulation, there was also a concern in the prior regulation about how does a board member address a concern that a board member may have. And now in this regulation under F, the process for how a board member addresses a concern they may have about instructional resource is noted there. An individual board member could get a concern from a taxpayer, from a parent, from a member of the public, and also you may have your own concern. Bring that to the board, make a motion, and the full board could vote to send it through the process of reviewing that instructional resource and bringing back a recommendation to the board. Board would make that final decision. Through all this, the board, as it's clearly articulated in the regulation, the board always retains the right to make the final decision. This articulates a clear, fair, transparent process of how we review it. So I just wanted to share the regulation with you. My plans are to ask Dr. Appenfels to update our policy manual tomorrow, and that we'll begin utilizing this regulation tomorrow. I don't know if you had the opportunity to review the regulation. Happy to walk through it in totality, but that's kind of a summary of the regulation. Some key pieces that I know we got feedback from the board where we need to make sure we're giving our parents ample time to object and to appeal, and we've made sure we had that through. We've made those changes. Mr. Levy had noted a couple times, make sure that you're not delegating any responsibility of the board in a regulation. You shouldn't be doing that, so we cut that part out. Just wanted to make sure it was very clear, and I appreciate the board's feedback along the way. But I do think this is a much more streamlined and clear way of handling it now.
Yes. Next, anybody have comments?
Are you happy with the regulation?
Am I happy with the regulation? I think the regulation is as good of a regulation as we're going to get. I'm a little disappointed that an average taxpayer probably has to come to the board as opposed to a parent to get that taken care of. Otherwise, I think it's as good of a regulation as we're going to get. And I also believe that we can pass policy which will amend the regulation. So I think it's probably okay from that standpoint.
My only comment actually supersedes this, and I'll tell the new board members, when this challenge of the book, George, when that happened, and everything that happened between that citizen challenging it until it reached the board was this humongous, cumbersome committees that were like huge and giant processes and this and that. And I would challenge the superintendent that, look, academia and government loves their committees and their bureaucracies and this and that. And, this is a merging of the two, right? Anywhere that Moore County schools can reduce processes and make them less cumbersome and more efficient and fewer people on committees, the better. And, hopefully this is the first of many increases in efficiencies.
I'm a big believer in simplicity.
Yes,
sir.
and simplicity is another way of saying
transparency,
it, yes.
absolutely.
Yes, so, anyway.
Dr. Locklear, can you briefly explain how this is a little bit simpler? I don't think it's extremely simpler, because I've read it, but it's a little simpler than our last regulation.
The committee process itself is a little more straightforward. Who's on that review committee, who's making the recommendation. It's not, those committees are appointed by me. It's a lot more, it can be a lot more efficient, a lot more, the process can move along a lot more quickly. And so that helps, no one singular person can decide to keep or pull an instructional resource. It takes that collaborative group to do it.
Okay, and then ultimately, the decision is up to the board.
Ultimately, the decision is up to the board. Of a parent, for example, if a parent objects to a book at a school, they discuss it at the school level. The school determines their decision on it, which could include pulling the selection. It could include putting some parameters in place for students to access that selection, like you got to have parent permission to check out this book. If the parent's not satisfied with that step, then they would appeal it to a superintendent level appeal. If they're not satisfied with that point, they have the right to appeal it to the board.
Okay, all right, just so long as the board retains jurisdiction, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
over that. Okay.
I have
So-
one question.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
With this, I know specifically this is dealing with media with books. Does this also reach over to teacher resources that are available online? Like, for instance,
Yes.
with, thank you,
Yes, ma'am.
Castle and things like that, we're able to put some limits on where they can go and what kind of resources they're able to bring into the school rooms?
Yes, ma'am. If there's something a parent sees that is, like we have all our instructional resources posted online,
I
our
understand,
curriculums, et
yeah.
cetera. If a parent sees something there that they have concerns about, they can contact the teacher and discuss those concerns. We're always, always looking at, okay, we can use an alternative, resource for your child. Maybe it's a book that you're not comfortable your child reading. We can offer this alternative assignment. That's some of those preliminary steps to take, but then it can work from there. But this policy and regulation does cover that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Actually, I do have questions on two particulars. Are the committees smaller under this new regulation? It seemed to me the committees were large.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And secondly, another concern that was voiced is, on our lessons learned on the previous issue was, the voting. And some people just didn't vote because their votes were public. So, did we make the voting of those committees by secret ballot, or is that not allowed?
Not allowed.
But it is a superintendent's committee,
Right.
which means it doesn't have to be open to the public. So they can have open conversation within that superintendent's
Okay.
committee meeting.
Yeah, I think it's very important because, we're calling upon employees and members of the public who didn't sign up to, the criticisms of a public vote. So we need to protect that.
Yes, sir. That's part of the revision. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I do want to point out a couple things, if I may, on this. There are a couple of things that we have to do with this, and we have to, one, make sure that we're not allowing viewpoint discrimination. Based on, I like this viewpoint, I don't like that viewpoint. That's illegal. It would be in violation of case law, Supreme Court law. We have a statute that we have to follow as well. And the most important portions of this policy are that the board retains ultimate authority over selection and removal of materials. The policy is flexible enough to allow for objections based on my student being allowed to have access to these materials or general school-wide use of the materials. It covers all instructional and supplementary materials that can be objected to, and it allows for flexible responses to objections. So that, for example, based on what the committee decides, the committee can recommend school-wide removal, or alternatively, they can decide to accommodate an objection with age-appropriate or other restrictions, including, for example, by requiring parental permission for checking out materials. And the committee considers the objection, the impact on the school-wide curriculum, the burden on the school, the teacher, or the students that the accommodation might create, and other relevant factors. But it allows for a lot of flexibility in the accommodations that are requested or allowed. And then ultimately, it allows for different levels of review so that no one individual is making that determination. And just as a caution for board members, the biggest area where school boards get in trouble is if one or two board members are making these decisions or purporting to make these decisions, or going to a school and saying, Miss Principal or Mr. Principal, I want this book removed from the shelves, and then the book disappears from the shelves, and then you've got a pretty much slammed on case against the school system. Okay. So that's the new procedure is designed to allow that kind of flexibility. It allows for anybody to object, even a community member, to go to a board member, and have the board member begin this process.
Okay. But the one difference under this regulation, and mind you, a regulation is just that, it's a regulation. The board still retains the ability to make policy, which is to amend the regulation. The difference is that a school board member will have to do this, as opposed to just a taxpayer who doesn't like the book, but who doesn't have a kid in school and the like. So that is one change.
This regulation does have a lot of protections, legal protections built in. If you follow this process, you're not gonna lose a lawsuit.
Okay, and that's why we pay you the big money. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Next, okay. Last but not least, we have the school calendar letter. Okay, what's here is a letter, because to let the new board members know, our school calendar is dictated by the state of North Carolina. The state of North Carolina says you can only start school at a certain time. And that, by starting school at a certain time and given the number of days we have to have in schools, we cannot have a semester end before Christmas. That totally destroys a couple of things. Number one, of course, a kid can't go home for Christmas and just have a nice time. He's got to worry about exams. But worse than that, it doesn't sync up with the colleges. And sometimes, in fact, many times, our students will graduate early. They'll graduate in December of their senior year. So that they want to go to college in January, can't do that because they're going to be taking their exams for high school in January and they're going to be missing an entire semester. Okay? So this letter basically says to the state legislature, it says, and to the governor and the like, we don't like this. And if you don't do something about it, we may in fact do something ourselves, okay? But, of course, that could be against the law, all right? Other school districts are violating the law with that regard. Our superintendent doesn't want to violate the law, and I understand. And we don't want to violate the law because one of the problems is we're supposed to model for our students obeying the law. Now, there's another wrinkle, but council has just told me. Monday at 1 o'clock, there is going to be a meeting of the House Select Committee on Education and for North Carolina's Future. This select committee will consider a law that will not only say that we can't begin our semester early. It will say we can't begin our school before Labor Day, and we need to end it at Memorial Day. All right, which would, I believe, destroy quite a bit of instructional time and compress the school year. And even if we lengthen the time of each school day, kids only have a certain amount of ability to concentrate. And you're totally wasting this. So, therefore, it is imperative that we agree to change this, if we decide to send this letter, that we agree to make this an action item, that we approve the letter, and that we send it by email to the committee, okay? So that the committee at least knows our objection. Now, it is also my understanding that there is some consideration of a local bill for us here in Moore County, that our legislators are looking to get us a local bill. But we certainly don't want them to preempt that local bill. So with that, I'll open it up for any discussion.
So,
I say we go
If
for
we
it.
make an
Send it.
action item, can we make it letter A? So we can go ahead and get it sent out to them Monday morning?
Yes, if we make it an action item, we would pass it today,
Oh, okay, yeah.
okay? And then we would send it out by email so that they will get it before Monday morning. Because Monday at 1 o'clock is the hearing, and our board business meeting is at 4:30 on Monday. And we want at least the chairman to know, and we certainly probably want our state representatives to know, including Mr. Bowles, who is still our state representative for Moore County until January, that we're very, very concerned about this.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So two things. The first thing, as Mr. Levy alluded to, Representative Jackson Neil Jackson pulled us aside at Monday's meeting and told us that him and Senator McGinnis were working on a bill to provide a local exemption for Moore County to the school calendar. You know, we'll see what that does. But secondly, well, let me back up and brief this to the new board members. This is unconscionable because, again, our fiduciary responsibility, and as Shannon would point out, our constitutional responsibility is towards education. And to let the tourism industry to rent a few more homes on the coast drive our educational system and have these horribly negative effects is unacceptable, and we should not accept it because it goes against both our fiduciary and our constitutional responsibility. So that's just kind of bringing you guys up to speed what I said last month or whenever we talked about this. But more importantly, there's an important component. This letter is okay, but you know, my proposal was two-pronged. One was the sending of a letter, right? But that's not enough, because if citizens in North Carolina knew what was really happening, they would be up in arms. And if the citizens knew what was happening and they were up in arms, the legislator would respond and the tourism lobby would lose. And the other half that's missing from this, and I was dead serious about it, was a letter to the editor that we send, and you know, we send it out to all the newspapers, and we get newspapers and media across the state joining us in this effort, because this is a no-brainer. Everybody wins in this except for a few people that want to rent condos on the beach, and they can have their school calendar whatever they want. So we need to be activists on this, and we need to draft letters to the editor. And look, we can approve this today with letters to the editor going out, and let's get the North Carolina Newspaper Association, let's get them all together, and let's put pressure on the legislature, because this is our constitutional responsibility. Likewise, we need to get all the other superintendents and all the other school boards involved in this, instead of whatever silly stuff they're lobbying for. This is the easiest thing to do. It doesn't cost money. It just requires pressure on the legislature. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to see letters to the editor, and then we do a full court press on the superintendents and the school boards to make this happen. The time is now.
Okay, well, so what I need, at least for right now, is a motion to make this letter an action item, and to allow us to send out this letter immediately to our state representatives and to the committees, as well as to the news media. Do I have such a motion?
So
You
moved.
should, Mr. Chair, you should
Yeah.
have a separate motion on making this an action item. and
Yeah.
then a
No, we have to
separate vote.
modify the agenda, right? What do we have to do to
No,
make this?
just make a motion to modify the agenda and make this an action item would be the
Okay,
first.
so first I need a motion to modify the agenda to make this an action item.
I make a motion to modify this agenda to make this an action
Is
item.
there a second?
Second?
Okay, any discussion? If not, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's passed. Okay, now, this is an action item. Do I have a motion to allow me, as board chair, to sign the letter and to send it to our state representatives, to the governor, and to the news media? Okay, is there a second?
Second?
Okay, is there any discussion?
Who made the motion? I'm sorry.
That was Mr.
Yeah.
Benway?
And I second it.
Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing no discussions, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Okay, motion is passed. Now, so far as the other matters are concerned, David, what I think you and I should do, or it shouldn't be you and I, what we all should do is to try to come up with differing ways to get this out on social media and the like, and to publicize it.
So why don't we have our public affairs people work with the local newspaper to come up with a recommended editorial, and then we'll just take a look at that. And so that would take care of the editorial piece, and then we'll come up with some sort of marketing campaign to, you know, to drive this.
Well, one of the things, I think it's a real good idea if our PIO can do something about it. One of the things that we want to do, I think, is to work with Mr. Jackson and Mr. McInnes in order to get that local bill through. And once that local bill is drafted, then to get out word about our support for that local bill. So I think it's a good idea. I don't think we need a motion to do it. I think, Dr. Locklear, can you get our PIO working on this to just let everyone know that of the urgency of defeating this idea of having a shortened school year, okay, and B, our desire to start school earlier so that we can have a semester break before Christmas.
Yes, sir. The approach for that in the past has been like you being seeing if we can get a letter maybe from our board chair that we help work with you to craft based on this letter, based on what you're talking about, and then that would maybe be submitted to newspapers as a guest editorial, so to speak. So I work with Ms. Nagy and Mr. Bachelor and see how we can work to make that happen as quickly as we can.
Okay, I appreciate that. Anything else? Yes, sir.
My only other input is the letter to the editor or guest editorial should be very hard-hitting. It should pull no punches, and it should just spell out the horrible effects on the education of our children.
All right, well, point well taken. All right, anything else? All right, is there any further business to come before us other than board comments? I'm going to ask Dr. Locklear to be first on board comments because there is one thing I want from Dr. Locklear, is a little bit of an update for ourselves and the public on the reopening of our schools, which is, to me, the elephant in the room right now. Okay.
Yes, sir, happy to do that. Very pleased to say that we now have power restored in all our schools. We went into the day with 9 of our schools still without power. And want to thank Duke Energy and our whole community for the support they've had. Duke Energy for working tirelessly and Randolph Electric and others to get our power restored. Our community's been fabulous. We've had many churches. We've had our community organizations coming out to help our kids and our families, and really appreciative of that. We're ready to get them back. So we now have power back. We've been in the process today of moving our food storage back into our schools. We'll continue that tomorrow. Our maintenance team will continue to be responding to any situations, any blown fuses, any of our heating air units are not coming back up properly. Part of that process, and the reason we communicated it takes 24 hours to get back into our schools, is once you lose temperature in the freezer, it takes about 5 hours for our freezers and our school cafeterias to get back down to freezing. And that's when you can move the food back in. And so all that's being coordinated by our school cafeteria, our child nutrition director, Ms. Bliss Taylor, working collaboratively with our maintenance director, Mr. Bradley Garner, and they have just done an incredible job. Just think about all the hard work to move it out, and now they're just flipping it and moving it right back in. So grateful for their service to our kids in our school district. So that's part of that reason of the time period of what it takes to get back going. We have announced and shared that reminding our public that school is canceled for students tomorrow. We have announced that it would be an optional work day for staff. So we now are welcoming our staff back into our schools. And I imagine majority of our staff, if they can, if their home situations don't prevent it, they'll be coming back to school to work tomorrow. And that'll make sure we're ready. All intents are to announce tomorrow that we'll open up in normal operations on Friday. So that's our current plan moving forward, and certainly happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Does the board have any questions of Dr. Locklear regarding the reopening of schools? Seeing none, we'll go forward with further board comments. Ms. Bruno?
Hey.
You knew it was coming.
Thank you very much, everybody, for being so welcoming. Made me feel right at home. I am so happy we talked about discipline, and I am so happy we talked about academics, and we let it be known that we want our standards raised throughout Moore County schools.
Thank you. Mr. Benway?
I'd like to thank you for welcoming us as well, and for accommodating our lack of background, providing some background information as we proceeded. I'm really looking forward to getting down to where the rubber meets the road, down there in the schools, and talking to the teachers and the staff down there. We really need to get acquainted with them, begin to understand their problems and their strengths, and proceed from there. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Ms. Davis?
Just to echo what Dr. Locklear said, that just our community really has come together and bonded, not just for the schools, but just countywide. And it's been a great thing to see, and I'm happy to be a part of it. Happy for all the hard work that came into making today happen, and day in and day out what you guys do here. You've worked very hard. I'm very appreciative of it.
Ms. Colwell?
Don't have anything.
Mr. Hensley?
I feel like I should cry. It's just a joke. I have nothing.
Like you should cry.
You're gonna cry?
No,
Say,
I'm
okay.
not gonna cry.
All right.
I have nothing.
Let me, number one, say, today is December 7th, and we need to remember the
Pearl Harbor.
bravery of our soldiers, not just during World War II, but all of our soldiers down through time and up to today. Many of our deployed soldiers are not with their families today, and they are guarding so that another day like December 7th, 1941 does not happen again. So we do keep them in mind. I want to say thank you to every member of the board. This is going to be a great board. I think we've gotten out to a great start, and we're looking forward to a fabulous year. So I thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion.
Yes.
Second.
Second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned.